either side use them? The answer is yes. I keep an eye on that, and I work with Madam Clerk, because if I think we no longer need it up and the questions have moved on, if either side hasn't taken it down, then I tell Madam Clerk to take it down. I have the ability to do that as well I have a control panel. So sometimes that's what happens. And so there doesn't need to be a request to the court if it's already been received and I've granted the request to publish. Then, as far as how exhibits are then published to the jury, the state raised an objection about the defense having tabs or showing when they're pulling up exhibits, names, file names of exhibits that have not yet been received by the court. And I think that is something we should all avoid. And if that means a little bit more planning and care needs to take place by the parties, I don't have an issue, for example, if existing exhibits are in a tab in PDF and a party is going from one to the other, going through something with a witness, where a new document is being brought up, we will make sure, and I'm instructing Madam Clerk to not, to either turn the monitors off for the jury, which are also in the courtroom, if that needs to take place. Hopefully you all will plan a little bit ahead and learn the technology and be able to do that. Keep in mind, there's a delay to the jury box. We all know that. It can be as much as 30 seconds. I've seen it sometimes longer. There is no rhyme or reason to how long it takes sometimes. It's just part of the technology and the connection. And so the more that the parties can plan, the better. But please, from this point forward, avoid showing file names of the exhibits that have not yet been received or not received at all. And again, I will work with Madam Clerk as well to watch and turn off monitors if we see a violation. The other thing is we need to use only one version of an exhibit. Obviously, exhibit 543 came in yesterday. It was at the end of the day and it had some duplication. I'd ask the parties to meet and confer if we can, by stipulation, if you can maybe pare that exhibit down so that it doesn't have the duplicates, or if it's a replacement because you only want the one page, whatever it may be. But going forward, if the defense has an exhibit and it is multiple pages and it includes exhibits that were already received, that needs to be adjusted. Then there was a request that all exhibits have some type of pagination or bait stamping. Great idea. I think at this late stage in the game, I'm not going to require that, so that request is denied. And I said that yesterday, but I wanted to make clear. The other thing is then I try to keep an eye on what the media is doing as well, and lo and behold, the Journal Sentinel photographer, who's our pool photographer, did when you look on JS Online, there are photographs of the victim's medical records. Now, he was not here when I gave that order, and it is a change. I have amended the trial order governing it, or the order governing trial administration. I just signed it. Madam Clerk's going to print it off. We'll get it uploaded into the file. I'm going to make sure there's one printed for the media room and one put where, I don't know if he's sitting in a chair or at the end, but I'll have the bailiffs put a chair where he would sit and put an order on the chair. We'll even highlight it. I added a line to the section on still photography and live streaming. So, and it just says medical records, and if we need to review that later on, if there's a question. I know that as I was walking out yesterday, I was asked by the live stream folks for clarification, and they offered to scrub their stream. I said, thank you, great. So I believe that was taken care of, and they know going forward. Obviously, I had the cameraman come in when we were off the record, and just so I could advise him of that. They've been really great to work with. And so I appreciate that. But this way, there's no issue kind of going forward. There was no violation because it wasn't part of an order and the photographer was already gone when I gave that. But I have made that change to the order governing trial administration. And again, we'll get that up into the file as well. Then, one other thing that I wanted to touch on, and I really haven't seen it yet, but just a reminder, when there are objections, objection relevance, objection calls for speculation. I don't need a speaking objection. If I feel that I need arguments from the parties, then I'll excuse the jury or have a sidebar. So just remember that. Really haven't seen it, but I don't recall if I've advised all of you of that. It is a standard practice. You've all been in jury trials in front of me and probably know that already, but I thought it was worth putting on the record. All right, with that, anything that either party thinks I need to address before bringing the jury in for the continuation of testimony from the state?
Judge, just logistically then, for when we're showing exhibits to the witness and it's not published to the jury, we can have multiple tabs open to move through efficiently. It's just when they get published, the tabs in the list should not be shown, obviously.
Correct, of exhibits that have not been received.
Okay, understood. And secondly, again, just more for efficiency, and so we understand we have some rather large documents. Some of mine are 300 pages. And we've had, again, in trying to be efficient, had witnesses look through them in advance and initial to show that they've looked through this already so they don't have to look through hundreds of pages in front of the jury. Is it acceptable to this court, the way we're doing it then, to sort of reference that if we were to pull that out of the box, they would see their initials when they're looking at a digital copy instead of walking that paper copy up to them?
What's the defense position on that?
That's fine.
Yeah, I think that's fine. I think it speeds things along, and I know you've been questioning them about that as well, and I think defense has too, so that's great.
Okay, thank you. That's all.
All right, anything from the defense?
Yes, we had the motion earlier about Dr. Sama and being allowed to appear by Zoom. I've heard from her through her lawyer this morning that she does not have the ability from her office clinic computer to screen share. So therefore she is and she will end up appearing live.
All right, thank you for that.
And she wants to know whether it's acceptable for her to wear a mask in the courtroom.
So she can wear a mask up to the witness stand, but I do think it's important for credibility determinations that the mask be removed while she is testifying, and then of course she can put it back on when she walks in and out of the courtroom.
Thank you.
So, all right, thank you for that information then. All right, I know we have all of our jurors here, and we'll bring them out.
Judge, we are just waiting a few more minutes for our first witness.
Oh, okay, Madam Clerk, thank you for that reminder. You
Thank
did
you.
tell us about that. We'll just be in a holding pattern then.
Just I think he's about 5 minutes away, he said.
Okay, no problem.
Judge, could we go off the record for a moment?
Oh, he's here. Never mind.
Are we okay?
Yes, we are. Sorry, false
All right.
alarm.
We'll bring him in then. Yeah.
No, that was left over from one of the juries. Yeah. It was under there and I meant to say something.
Oh, that was left here yesterday by a Joe. We'll just toss it. Thank you. Thank you. order?
I didn't get it yet.
What? Hold on. Signed it. I used my little signing app. Let me make
Sent
sure.
to me?
No, I sent it to myself. That would help if I
Did you print your order?
sent it to you. Oh boy. I will send that to
I
you.
was gonna ask, but you were mid thought, so I was like, I'm not
I'm so
gonna
used to
trouble that.
emailing myself. There you go. You should have it shortly.
Fantastic.
Thank you, everyone. Please be seated, and good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. State, you may call your next witness.
The state would call Detective Loberg.
All right, good morning, Detective Loberg. If you would please make your way to the witness stand. When you get there, please remain standing. Raise your right hand. My clerk, Teresa, will swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Please have a seat. The first thing I will ask you to do is to state your first and last names for the record and spell each.
Sure. First name is Timothy, Timothy. Last name Loberg, Loberg.
Thank you. Go ahead, your witness.
Thank you. Detective Loberg, how are you employed?
I'm a detective with the Waukesha County Sheriff's Department.
And how long have you been employed in that capacity?
12 years.
In total, what is your law enforcement experience?
Well, I started off in the patrol division, later moved on to a field training officer, and then went to the detective bureau.
To become a law enforcement officer and then detective, did you have to undergo training?
I did.
Could you please explain to the jury that training?
Sure. I went to the Milwaukee Area Technical College and attended an associate degree program, which at the time was referred to as Police Science Criminal Justice. Excuse me. Subsequent to that, I then attended a State of Wisconsin Law Enforcement Standards Board Academy, which then certified me to be a police officer in Wisconsin.
Did you have to undergo further training to become a detective?
I did.
Could you please explain that to the jury?
Sure. So then, after being in the patrol division, I then attended numerous specialty trainings as well as on-the-job training in order to obtain the skill set that's necessary in the detective role.
As part of being a detective, are you dispatched to death scenes?
Yes.
Over the course of your 12 years as being a detective, could you approximate how many times you've gone out to a death scene?
Best I could say is likely hundreds.
Okay. And what is the normal procedure as a detective for processing a death scene?
Typically, my responsibilities would be an overall observation of that scene, firstly, to try to attempt to understand or determine what exactly occurred with this death investigation. If there's anything obviously present as to what could likely be a cause of death, that would be considered evidence. And at that point, we would determine what items are of evidentiary value and typically collect those. Other responsibilities would be taking photographs of the scene and the overall area, as well as interviews and whatever is deemed necessary at that point.
All right. Were you on duty on October 3rd, 2018?
Yes.
On that date, were you dispatched to a death scene in the city of Pewaukee?
Yes.
Approximately what time did you arrive on scene?
I don't recall specifically.
Okay. So if it would have been afternoon, evening time, would that sound correct?
Yes, I worked second shift at that time.
Okay. What did you do when you got dispatched to that address?
The first thing I did was make contact with Deputy Rosenberger, and I gathered brief information as to what he knew at that time. Typically, meeting with that patrol officer, that's going to help determine what areas might need to be focused on or what priorities there may be at that particular time. I learned at that time that there were interviews being conducted, and so I then began just an overall observation of exactly what was going on at that scene.
All right. What did you do next then?
So then I walked around the exterior of the residence, first attempting to locate if there was any signs of forced entry or a struggle or anything, again, anything that would be an obvious possible contributing factor or cause of death in this death investigation. I'm certainly not trained or qualified, to be clear, to determine a cause of death, but I'm just looking for something that may overall, any criminal element that may have played a part there. And so after walking around the exterior of the residence and not observing anything obvious, I then did the same walking around the interior of the residence and also photographing common areas of that residence as well as the decedent.
When you made contact with the decedent, was it clear that she had been deceased at that point?
In my opinion, yes.
Okay. And you said you had walked around the residence. Did you take pictures of the residence?
I did.
Okay. Did you review those pictures before court today?
I did.
Okay. We're going to put on the screen for you here shortly exhibits 23 through 32. And April's going to click through them. I just want you to review those to yourself, and then when you're done, let me know.
Okay.
They're not up on his screen yet. It takes. There you go. Really? Can you make sure that all cords are?
Doesn't look like it's on the state screen either.
Correct. Oh,
Well,
no, it is.
Did it?
I turned my monitor off and turned it back on, and that seemed to have helped on the right side there in the scoop.
Yeah, good job. There it is. Got it.
Excellent. I was like, almost needed to call Zach. Very good. Go ahead. They are on, I can see my preview and the detective's preview.
Detective, did you have a chance to review all of the exhibit 23 through 32?
Yes.
And are those pictures that you took of the residents as well as the decedent,
Yes.
are those true and accurate copies of those photos?
Yes.
Your Honor, I believe exhibit 29's already been moved into evidence, but I'd be moving the remainder of 23 through 32 into evidence.
Any objection? Thank you.
You're welcome.
Exhibits 23 through 32 are received, noting that 29 was received previously.
Before we get to showing the inside of the residence to the jury, can you just kind of describe the layout of the residence?
Sure. I recall it being a single floor condominium style layout, fairly open floor plan with a separate bedroom, bathroom, and an attached garage.
And we had talked about the deceased at that time, but did you ultimately identify her as Lynn Hernan?
Yes.
As part of your investigation and you going around the residence and then further taking photos, did you observe pill bottles in the residence?
I did.
As well as did you observe medications?
Correct.
Did you observe crushed medication as well?
Yes.
Okay. Did you observe any computers in the residence?
Not that I recall.
Would that be something that would have been noted either in your report or taken a picture of?
Not necessarily.
Okay. Do you recall if there were any pets in the residence?
I remember there was a cat.
Okay. And you said, if you had to guess, you've been to hundreds of death scenes over the course of your time as a law enforcement officer, correct?
Correct.
And Have you been to scenes where it's been a presumed suicide?
Yes.
Okay. Based on your training and experience as a detective at these death scenes, have you ever observed a presumed suicide to have crushed pills on their chest?
No.
When you walked through the residence, did you go to the bedroom of the residence?
Yes.
Did you take any pictures of that?
No.
Why were there no photos taken of the bedroom?
Well, at the time, I guess, now it certainly would have been nice to have more photos knowing what we know now, but at that time, having a presumed suicide and no apparent criminal element or violation of state statute that we observed, I did not see anything in the bedroom that appeared to be of evidentiary value. And so my focus at that point was the decedent and the immediate area around the decedent.
Your Honor, I'd be asking for permission to publish Exhibit 23 to the jury.
Objection.
Permission to publish, do you want permission for any of the exhibits from 23 to 32?
Just 23 at this time.
Okay, go ahead. Remember, there's a delay. Thank you. Lots of thumbs up.
All right, Detective, in Exhibit 23, what are we looking at here?
That will be the main entrance or front, I guess you could call, of the residence, and the glass doorway on the left is the entry to Miss Hernan's residence.
On the left side of Exhibit 23, we see some officers.
Correct.
Can you describe what's going on there?
So they are conducting an interview of a party who they later identified to me as Jessy Kurczewski.
Okay. Can you just describe to the jury what it appears Ms. Kurczewski is actually wearing in that photo?
Looks like some sort of medical attire, or what's commonly referred to as scrubs.
After you took photos on the scene, what was your role in this investigation?
Once I confirmed that Mr. Kurczewski had already been interviewed and there was nobody else at that point that needed to be interviewed, I resumed my normal duties.
Okay. At some point after this date, October 3rd, 2018, did you have further role in this investigation regarding Lynn Hernan's death?
I did.
Ultimately, did you send subpoenas to financial institutions and other institutions in investigation?
I did.
Was that ultimately handed off to Detective Plennis in your same department?
Yes.
Okay. At some point in this investigation, is the reason why did the sheriff's department here start sending out those subpoenas?
There was information received. Well, firstly, there was a determination that this was not a suicide per the medical examiner. We were informed of that.
Okay. So this transition from a potential suicide to a homicide investigation.
Objection, lady.
Sustained as to the form of the question. Please rephrase.
So the information that you received from the medical examiner,
Objection, that's asking for hearsay now.
Well, let him get the question out, so overrule.
You received information from the medical examiner. Did that cause the sheriff's office to change their investigation?
Objection, lack of foundation.
Overrule.
Yes,
Okay. And what did that investigation turn into?
a homicide investigation.
Thank you, Detective. I don't have any other questions.
Cross.
Thank you, Judge. Detective, thank you for being here. This happened about 5 years ago, correct?
Yes, sir.
I mean, your memory's not great, would you say?
Sometimes.
Well, I mean, you met with the prosecutors here, correct, sitting here to my left to review your testimony?
Yes.
They showed you exhibits, correct?
Yes.
They showed you your police reports?
Yes.
Other than that, you have no memory of this?
I wouldn't say that. I mean, it's a very unique case.
And why is that?
Because firstly, I have not been to a suicide that, well, I should say I haven't been to what was ruled as a homicide that first appeared to be the way that it did at that scene.
So when you first got on the scene, it just appeared to be a suicide, correct?
It did.
And you didn't have any second thoughts about that when you got on the scene, correct?
No.
And you indicated that you have responded to hundreds of deaths, correct?
I would estimate that.
So there's a lot of crime in Waukesha, is that what you're saying?
No.
How many of those were criminal?
It would be hard for me to say. I mean, there was a portion of time as my duties as a detective where I, for example, did assisted with crash investigations, which ultimately were fatal crashes and whatnot. So they weren't all criminal.
Well, as of 2018, how many were criminal?
I couldn't say.
Less than 5?
I would literally have to speculate, sir. I'm not.
Okay,
I'm not.
I don't want you to do that.
I apologize. I'm not certain. I'm really not.
So not enough that you can remember, correct?
Correct.
And you've responded to overdoses, correct?
Yes.
Probably a lot, correct?
Yes.
Especially with the pandemic of fentanyl and fake Percocet, correct?
Yes, sir.
And a lot of those kind of cases have crushed pills, correct?
Not from what I've seen.
What have you seen
Excuse me.
regarding crushed fentanyl?
Well, I have typically seen at most of the scenes, I've typically seen syringes and paraphernalia different than, such as in this case where there's a plate with numerous, what appear to be crushed pills on it.
So in the cases where you've seen syringes, the syringes were still on the scene?
Typically, yes.
Were there syringes with tourniquets?
At times.
Were they still on the scene?
At times.
Were they usually around the body?
Yes.
That's typical where the paraphernalia for the way describing the tourniquet and the syringe are usually near the body, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you, according to your reports, you arrived on the scene at 5:20. You wouldn't argue with that, would you?
No.
And it's 5:20 p.m., correct?
Yes, sir.
And when you arrived on the scene, those other deputies depicted in exhibit number 23 were on the scene already?
Yes, sir.
And they all were talking with Jessy, correct?
Correct.
Did you speak with her at all?
Not that I recall.
And those deputies on the scene, who were they?
I recall Deputy Rosenberger and Mitch and Jacoby.
And did they speak with anybody else in that neighborhood?
Not that I'm aware of.
They didn't speak with any neighbors, as far as you know?
I'm not certain if they did or not.
Your job was mainly to take photographs?
Correct.
And you took photographs of things you thought were relevant?
More so of the overall residence, interior and exterior.
So you weren't taking pictures or photographs of things you thought were relevant, just flashing pictures in different rooms of whatever you saw?
Well, I would say the entire interior of the residence where the decedent is relevant. I mean, that's where the person is located. I would say as far as the exterior photos, the relevancy I see there is that there's documentation that there's no signs of forced entry or a struggle or anything that could be an obvious contributing factor of death at that point.
Well, you arrived on the scene. Did the deputies tell you that there could have been forced entry?
No.
They told you it was a suicide, correct?
I believe at the time they told me they suspected that it was, yes, and that the fire department had pronounced the patient deceased, and that was really my extent of the conversation with them.
I didn't see fire department personnel depicted in exhibit number 23. Had they already left?
From what I recall, yes.
I'm going to show you some defense exhibits, and just want you to identify them first. I'm sorry, ma'am.
That's all right.
It's 543, exhibit 543, page 1.
It's already been received. Yeah, I see a black screen.
But I'm not seeing any screen either, so I'm trying.
He's working on it. Do you have defense computer?
I have defense middle right now.
Okay,
That's problematic.
that will help tremendously.
Yeah.
I'm choosing it's coming over.
Oh, we could have done that already.
You look yet?
Nothing yet.
Yes.
Okay.
Should be, again, exhibit number 543, page 1.
It takes a minute. Do you have it on the, yeah, it's up on his
There we go.
screen. Do you want it published? Again, this was already received, so,
Yeah. Well, I want to show them a lot of photographs and then publish them.
okay, fair enough.
Oh, perfect. I guess all our defense exhibits have been published, received.
Correct.
Oh,
In 543, yes, I received all of 543 yesterday.
well, let's start with the photographs. Can you pull up State's Exhibit number 23? State's Exhibit number 23. I'm gonna go back. I didn't know, I was gonna get mine received and published, but I'm gonna start in sequence. State's Exhibit number 23.
You should be able to pull that up. You don't have that? We wouldn't have those in the record just yet. I'm sure she's working on it, but
I'm doing it right now.
Oh, I see.
But yeah, it's not in there yet.
just let me know when you want them published to the jury.
No, Judge.
Okay.
Thank you.
They're up.
Oh, there. So officer, this has been identified as exhibit number 23 by the state. The vehicle on the right parked in front of the garage, do you know whose vehicle that is?
I believe at the time I was informed that that was Ms. Kurczewski's.
And this is exhibit number 24. Again, you took this photograph?
Yes, sir.
And in that photograph, you're standing where in the residence?
Just inside of the main entryway.
And it depicts the kitchen in the far end, correct?
Yes.
Did you search that area at all yourself?
I'm sorry,
Did you search that area at all?
search the kitchen?
Correct.
No,
Do you know if any of the deputies on scene searched that area?
no.
There was no need to search it?
In my opinion, at that time, there was not. I mean, I conducted a plain view search of the main area, but not further search.
In that exhibit where I'm pointing to, that's a garbage can, correct?
Looks like it, yes.
Did you look in the garbage can at all?
No,
Do you know if any of the deputies on scene looked in there?
I do not know.
It was testified before by the deputy medical examiner that there was,
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
what's already been testified to
You
yesterday.
can ask the question overruled. As long as he accurately states what the testimony was.
The deputy medical examiner yesterday, Ms. Kukas, indicated there was alcohol in that garbage can. Did she tell you that there was alcohol in that garbage can?
I don't remember meeting with the deputy medical examiner at all. I believe I was gone prior to her arrival.
Did you at all, or any of the deputies at all, search the kitchen area for like documents?
When you say search, are you referring to like drawers and things? I'm sorry, to what extent search are you asking for?
Well, look on the counter, look through the kitchen shelves, the drawers.
There was excuse me, there was certainly a visual search. Any plain view search was conducted.
You didn't open drawers and things like that, did you?
No.
You didn't search that area for like eye drops or anything like that, did you?
No,
Were you told to look for eye drops?
no,
And told to look for Visine bottles?
no.
Your Honor, we talked about this earlier with the showing of exhibits. I just want to bring that to the defense's attention.
Is there any that have not been received? Sorry, I was looking at something else.
I think the last time there was, I just want to make sure that we follow the procedure that was talked about.
If I need a sidebar, let me know, but I think so far we've been okay.
Well, I'm showing you is exhibit number 25. Do you recognize that exhibit?
Yes,
Is that a photograph that you took?
yes.
And what does exhibit number 25 depict?
The decedent and the surrounding area.
And the decedent was identified as Lynn Hernan,
Yes, sir.
correct? And were you told on the scene what relationship she was to the person depicted in exhibit number 23, Jessy?
I believe one of the deputies mentioned that they learned that Ms. Kurczewski was a caretaker for Ms. Hernan, and that's why she was on the scene.
And depicted to the right of Miss Hernan, but to the left of the people viewing the photograph, items to her right are what? Did you find?
Pill bottles?
These here are the pill bottles?
Yes, sir.
What's this depicted on the scene?
Appears to be a water bottle.
Do you know if that water bottle was full or empty?
I do not know.
Did you at all examine that water bottle?
No.
Did you open up and smell inside of it?
No.
Over to Ms. Kurczewski's, over to Ms. Hernan's left, and people looking at the photograph, our right, what are the things on the table?
Appears to be a TV remote, ashtray with a cigarette. There's some pill bottles. Another bottle, I'm not certain what's in there, and then a roll of toilet paper. And some paperwork, documents as well.
You see this item here behind the pill bottles?
Yes, sir.
That appears to be a bottle of eye drops.
I have no idea what that is.
There seems to be a love seat directly in front of Miss Hernan to her left. Would you agree?
Yes, sir.
And there appears to be stuff stuffed under there, correct?
Yeah.
Did you look under there to see what was under there?
No.
Did you look? So you didn't look at all under there?
No.
Do you know if any of the deputies did?
No.
Over to the right of Miss Hernan by her legs are documents, correct?
Yes.
Did you go through those documents?
I viewed the document that was facing outermost document, I should say. Outermost document, I did, yes.
You didn't go page through those, did you?
No.
Did any deputies page through those?
Don't know.
Had there been items in there, information on there on writing pad?
Yes.
So you did find stuff in there on writing pads?
Right in the front, yes. Immediately in the front.
Did you look further into those documents to see if there was more things written on writing pads?
I don't remember going through the entire stack. I remember viewing a couple of things in the front and photographing a few, and that was it.
Ultimately, did you find any identification information to Ms. Hernan?
Yes.
Where did you find that?
I believe that was on the paperwork that is to her right or our left. Excuse me, there were numerous documents in there that had her name on it.
Did you find any like wallet or purse or driver's license?
I don't recall specifically.
Did you at all? So in that area, you didn't remember finding her purse or wallet?
I don't recall specifically, no.
Do you remember searching the bedroom and finding her purse in the bedroom?
I remember going into the bedroom to view it. I don't recall specifically what was in there, sir.
Eventually, you took a photo of Miss Hernan's driver's license, correct?
Yes.
Where did you find that?
I don't recall. I don't know if a deputy gave it to me. I'm not certain.
Her screen went black.
Yep, I turned it off because the testimony was not about that photograph anymore.
Understood.
I'll keep the up for you all, so if you need to see what you're doing, but.
I'm showing you what's been marked as exhibit number 26. I'm not sure if this has been entered into evidence yet.
Yes, it has. Go ahead, you can publish.
And that's a close-up of Miss Hernan?
Yes, sir.
And that's, when you were referring to the crushed pills, that's what you were referring
Please,
to?
attorney.
Yes, sir.
Did you take any samples of those crushed pills?
No.
Do you know if any of the deputies grabbed any samples at all and tested it on the scene?
I don't believe they did, no.
And around Miss Hernan's neck is a chain?
Yes.
Do you know what's attached to that chain?
No.
Do you remember seeing dog tags attached to that chain?
No.
No. Again, this is a close-up of the other photographs I've shown you, which depict pill bottles on one of the tables next to Ms. Herning, correct?
Yes.
That was the table to her right, correct?
Yes, sir.
And down at the bottom were her documents that you indicated previously, they had her identification information?
Yes.
And you said you kind of went through those partially?
Partially.
And you saw some notebooks in there with written items on it, correct?
Correct.
And you didn't look through all of them, did you?
No.
There could have been more notebooks in there that you just didn't look at, correct?
Sure. Yes.
Do you recall what this document is here that I'm pointing to on the screen?
I believe it was a will of some sort.
I'm showing you it's marked as exhibit number 28. Does that appear to be the will that you're referring to?
Yes, sir.
And according to that document, it's dated, at least there's the dates of April 20, 2018, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you see Ms. Hernan's name on it, correct?
Correct.
And you see Ms. Kurczewski's name on it, correct?
Correct.
And there seems to be a BMO Harris bank employee listed at the bottom, correct?
Yes.
And if you cannot read it, it seems to be bank employee Maria Cecilia, spelled C-E-C-E-I-L-I-A, Benavides? You want me to zoom it?
It's just hard to tell with the penmanship, sir.
Can you see her date or stamp up here?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes. Yes, I'm sorry.
And that's spelled B-E-N-A-V-E-N-T-E?
Yes, sir.
So it seems to me like this document was taken to the BMO Harris Bank to be notarized, correct?
I assume so. It appears to be, yes. Appears to be.
I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 29. Did you take that photograph?
Yes, sir.
And again, it depicts the table to Ms. Hernan's left, correct?
Correct.
And there appears to be pill bottles here, correct?
Yes, sir.
And again, this bottle here, it seems to be eye drops, correct?
I have no idea what that is, sir.
You never took a photograph of that, correct?
I'm sorry, of the,
Of this bottle right here depicted on the table.
no.
Do you know if any of the deputies on the scene or anyone ever recovered that bottle?
Not that I'm aware of.
Did you find any liquor bottles around Miss Hernan?
Not that I recall.
Did you find any like cups or water bottles that contained any kind of alcohol in it?
Not that I recall, no.
Again, I'm showing you exhibit number 31, again, state exhibit number 31. You took that photograph, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that appears to be the backside of where Ms. Herndon was sitting?
Correct.
And again, it depicts the pills on the table, correct?
Yes.
Toilet paper, correct?
Correct.
And again, the same eye drop bottle, correct?
Objection, Your Honor, that's not testimony.
Well, this bottle, I'll rephrase the question, Judge.
Thank you, go ahead.
It depicts this bottle, but from a different angle, correct?
Correct.
There seems to be a prescription bottle that's spilled on the ground.
Correct.
And again, the plate with crushed, some kind of crushed item, correct?
Yes.
And as on the scene, you don't know what that is, correct?
No.
It wasn't tested on the scene, correct?
Not that I'm aware of.
I'm showing you what's marked as State's Exhibit number 32. You took that photograph, correct?
Yes.
And that appears to depict the kitchen, correct?
Correct.
That it only appears to depict half of the kitchen, correct?
Correct.
You didn't take a picture of the whole kitchen, correct?
From that vantage point,
Correct, for any vantage point.
I believe it can be seen in the background of other photos, but I don't recall
Right.
specifically.
Close-ups?
I don't recall any other close-ups other than this kitchen island.
So what was the purpose of taking exhibit number 32?
I would say two purposes. One, to show the items that are on the countertop, and two, again, is to get also an overall view of the residence itself and kind of assist in giving people a perception of exactly where things are and an overall view so that you can see that there's no apparent signs of struggle or forced entry or any other contributing factor that's obvious.
Right, again, again, as you stated at the beginning and throughout your testimony, everyone on the scene assumed this was a suicide, correct?
Yes.
A suicide by prescription pills, correct?
Yes.
And that was the reason why you were taking photographs of all the prescription pills located within the residence, correct?
I would either way, usually.
Oh, good. Shall I warn you ahead of time?
It's down.
Okay. Again, as to this defense exhibit 543, page 1, you took this photograph, correct?
I don't recall specifically taking it. I would presume because I don't remember anyone else taking photos there.
But you don't remember where you got that from?
No.
As far as the driver's license?
No.
Again, the driver's license seems to indicate that Ms. Herndon was issued this license on June 21st, 2018.
Yes, sir.
By looking at this license, you can't tell where she went to get that license, do you? What DMV?
No.
You done with 543?
Yes, ma'am. Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Thank you, Judge. I'm showing you what's called, is it, defense exhibit number 5. Do you,
543, page 5.
yes, ma'am. Thank you, Judge. Do you remember taking that photograph?
No.
It appears to depict Ms. Hernan's neck in the background, correct, with the crutch pills?
Yes.
If that was in your inventory as far, one of the photographs you took, would you agree that you took that photograph?
Yes.
And you indicated that you've come across a lot of deaths, correct? Death
Yes.
scenes, correct?
Yes.
How many death scenes that you come across where you've seen dog tags around the person's neck?
No idea.
Hundreds?
No. Were there specifically where they're wearing dog
Correct.
tags? I couldn't tell you.
Does this appear to be the first?
I don't know.
Or do you remember seeing dog tags around other people that you've seen deceased other than this Miss Hernan?
Screens aren't showing.
Not specifically. I'm sorry. I don't recall specifically how many.
Can you show the screen to this witness?
The witness has it.
The witness has it. Do you want it
Can you-
published?
Yes, Judge.
Go ahead.
And the dog tags appear to have like, or the chain itself appears to have a female ring attached to it, correct?
I see a ring. I can't say for certain if it's a female ring.
Trace it down.
Oh,
Please be careful.
yeah, just, this is a mess of money. I'm showing you what's marked as defense exhibit 543, page 6. That appears to be a close-up of the dog tags, correct?
Yes.
And it appears to identify the owner of the dog tags, correct?
Yes.
And it states Robert Wallace Herning, correct?
Correct.
I'm showing you what's been marked as defense exhibit number 543, page 9. Did you take that photograph?
Yes.
It appears to show the 5 prescription bottles that were located on the table to Miss Hernan's left, correct?
Correct.
And that bottle that we're not sure if it's eye drops is not on the table, correct?
I can't tell based on that angle.
To the left of that photograph or to the right of prescription bottles, there appears to be an ashtray, correct?
Correct.
And in the ashtray is a cigarette?
I believe so.
It
It appears to be.
There appears to be lipstick at the end of that cigarette?
I guess it could be, sure. And there's some coloring, certainly.
Can you tell by looking at that photograph whether or not that cigarette was lit from the correct end?
I
can't tell.
It's hard. I'm
I don't
sorry.
I don't want you to guess.
No, I'm sorry. I can't tell if that's a filter side or if it's the tobacco side. I'm sorry.
Um, I'm gonna show you the next exhibit.
From this exhibit or different?
From this same set of exhibits, Judge.
Thank you.
I'm showing you, it's marked as State Defense Exhibit number 543, page 13. Do you recognize that? exhibit?
Yes.
Did you take a photograph of that exhibit?
Yes.
What does it depict?
A plate which appears to have powdery substance on it.
And then on the ground there appears to be, again, a prescription bottle
Yes.
and some crumbs and pills.
Yes.
I'm going to show you,
Different exhibit?
yes, Judge.
Okay, Madam Clerk, thank you.
I'm showing you Defense Exhibit 543, page 15. You took that photograph?
I don't recall specifically.
Well, it depicts scene photographs, and it was labeled on the photographs you took.
Okay.
What was the significance of taking that photograph?
I don't recall taking that photograph. So
Yeah.
it's hard for me to say.
There appears to be some, like, stool in the bathroom, correct, toilet, correct?
There's something in the toilet.
Based upon your life's experience, did it appear that somebody had used that toilet and didn't flush it?
I see something deposited into the toilet. I don't.
Let me show you exhibit number,
Just bring it down.
I'm showing you what's my defense exhibit number 543, page 19. You remember taking that photograph?
Not specifically, no.
So when you were getting prepared for this, your testimony today, the state didn't show you all the photographs that you took on the scene?
I don't recall viewing this, either taking this photo or viewing it prior to my testimony.
The photograph appears to depict a checkbook page,
Yes.
and it has a number of names on the page, correct?
Correct.
Label number 1 is Jessy Kurczewski.
Yes.
And it says right above her name, daughter, always.
Yes.
And below her name, it says like, on living will, healthcare.
Correct.
And secondly, on that exhibit to the left of Jesse is the name of Jennifer Flower?
Jenny Flowers.
Jenny Flower. As you been doing your investigation in this case, you learned that Jenny Flower is Jesse's mother, correct?
Correct.
I'm showing you what's marked. As Defense Exhibit 543, page 20. Do you remember taking that photograph?
No.
But if it was in your photographs listed, scene photographs, you would have taken that photograph, correct?
Yes.
Because you were the only one for the Sheriff's Department taking photographs.
That I recall, yes.
And on this exhibit at the bottom, it says physician certification, correct?
Yes.
And it says, I certified that Lynn Hernan, printed name. What does the rest of that say, if you can read it?
Has a medical or genetic condition that requires access to medical or genetic information regarding his or her birth family.
And the top of that paragraph kind of explains what the purpose of the reason that Ms. Hernan's name is on that exhibit, correct?
Yes.
And it says State of Wisconsin Department of Health and Social Services, correct?
Yes, sir.
And what does it state after that?
The Department of Health and Social Services.
I'm not sure how any of this is relevant.
I'll overrule it. The exhibit has been received. Go ahead.
The Department of Health and Social Services has been authorized to conduct a search for medical and genetic information concerning birth parents and certain relatives of adoptees and other persons whose birth parents have had parental rights terminated.
I'm showing you exhibit. This has been previously identified as Stakes Exhibit number 1, but also Defense Exhibit number 543, number 2.
21.
21.
Page 21.
Thank you, Judge. You don't remember taking that photograph, I take it.
That I do recall.
And do you remember where you recovered that?
I believe that was, in the same collapsing file folder that had the living will right in front of it. So I recall this being the second or third, somewhere in the front of those documents.
That was in that area by where Ms. Hernan was located?
Yes, sir.
And you indicated there were other notepads full of writing on it, correct?
Correct.
But you didn't take those notepads, did you?
No.
And all this stuff you didn't recover, did you?
No.
You left it all on the scene?
As far as being in sheriff's custody, I'm sorry.
Correct.
Correct, it was left there.
Why wasn't it taken from the scene?
The opinion or the speculation at the time on law enforcement's behalf was that this was clearly a suicide. And so at that point, having that opinion or having that those observations, there would be no criminal element to us to further identify, and therefore if things are not of evidentiary value, there's no reason for us to take them.
And it seems on the exhibit, it's information, if written by Ms. Hernan, telling people what to do if she's not around, correct?
The context of the letter certainly is. I can't say for certain if it's Ms. Hernan who authored it.
Right, whoever wrote that, those things on that notepad seems to be giving people directions as to what to do when if they're not around, correct?
Yes.
Right, the top of the photograph seems to have written being of sound mind and body on this date, correct?
Yes.
And it's highlighted Jenny's sorry flower, correct?
Yes.
In previous documents, we've seemed to have identified Jenny as being, Jenny Flower as Jesse's mother, correct?
Yes.
And at the top of that document, it appears to be talking about something with cats. Bathroom, keep full, it's the cats.
Correct.
Again, you saw a cat on the scene?
Yes.
Did you seek also cat litter?
I don't recall specifically.
The residence itself was pretty clean, would you say?
Yes.
It was, if Miss Hernan wasn't keeping it clean, someone was keeping the residence clean for her, correct?
Yes, it appears so, yes.
I'm showing you it's marked exhibit number . Well, exhibit number defense exhibit number 543, page 22, seems to be a closer look at that exhibit number 21, correct?
Yes.
Again, it seems to be giving so many directions if Ms. Hernan's not around, correct?
Yes.
If she was the author of this exhibit.
Yes.
I'm showing you it's marked as Defense Exhibit 543, page 23. It seems to be more writing of the same person who wrote the other exhibits, correct?
Yes.
Because it seems to suggest Ms. Hernan wrote that exhibit, correct? Her name's on it.
It does.
Again, it appears the exhibit to have, again, more direction for someone to look at in case she's not around.
Correct.
Seems to have individuals' names on it, correct, with telephone numbers?
Yes.
And to the left of those names, there seems to be some writing. They don't need to come over here, correct?
Correct.
And right below that item, it's something circle. It says Jennifer if I don't make it, correct?
Correct.
And farther down on that exhibit, it says, if something happens, basically, Jennifer, you get the Jeep, the 2014 Jeep. Patriot is yours, title is in the visor, correct?
Yes.
You can take it down. Would you agree there was a lot of other documents on the scene or around Ms. Hernan that you observed but didn't take photos of?
Yes.
And did you ever check the bedroom for similar documents?
Not that I recall.
Did you ever search Ms. Hernan's vehicle to see if there's any documents inside the vehicle?
No.
I'm showing you but don't put it up yet. What's identified as defense exhibit number 503. I don't want to publish this to the jury at all. I'm going to show you a number of exhibits, 503, 504, 506, 507, 508. Can you look at exhibit number 503, please?
Give me a moment. It should be up momentarily.
Before we even get further into this, I'm going to object to the witnesses' personal knowledge of this information.
Well, he has to establish the foundation, so it's a little premature, but we'll wait and see, obviously, if that needs to be established.
You got it?
I'm sorry, yes, sir, sorry.
My fault. Can you see item number 503?
Yes.
And it's a two-page item, correct?
Correct.
And again, you indicated that you didn't look at all the documents that were located next to Ms. Hernan, correct?
Correct.
And there were a lot of documents with handwriting on it on notebooks, correct?
From what I could see, yes. I mean, I didn't closely look through all of them. But I would say there were some there that certainly had handwriting on them that I didn't view.
And again, you testified the sheriff's department didn't recover any of the documents on the scene, correct?
No.
So
I'm
you
sorry,
don't,
correct. I don't recall taking any guess.
so you don't know at all whether or not exhibit number 503 was located with the other items that you took photographs of, correct?
I don't know if it was or not.
It could have been there, but you just can't tell us whether it was or was not, correct?
Correct.
I'm showing you it's marked as 504, item number 504, defense exhibit number 504. Do you have it on your screen yet?
Yes.
Okay. It seems to be, again, writing on a notepad,
Yes.
2 pages.
Yes, sir.
And again, similar to my previous exhibit, you don't know whether or not item number 504 was mixed in with these other documents that were next to Ms. Hernan, correct?
That's correct. I do not know.
It could have been there, you just didn't note them, correct?
Correct.
I'm showing you it's marked as defense exhibit number 505. I'll strike that. Defense exhibit number 506. Do you have it on- Okay,
Yes, sir.
sorry.
Yep.
Again, seems to be some writing on a notepad, correct?
Correct.
And there appears to be, it's a long exhibit, like there's 29 pages here in this exhibit. And writing on each page, correct, on a notepad, correct?
From what I'm seeing so far, yes.
And again, item number 506, it could have been with these other documents that were there that you didn't note, correct?
Sure. Could have been, yes.
I'm showing you it's marked as defense exhibit number 507. Do you have it on your screen?
Yes, sir.
Again, it seems to be writing on a notepad.
Correct.
And similar to my previous exhibits, that could have been with the other documents that were there next to Ms. Hernan, but you just didn't notice them, correct?
That's correct.
Again, writing on a notepad, correct?
Yes, sir.
I'm showing you as much as exhibit number 508. Do you see it?
Yes.
Again, it appears to be writing on a notepad, correct?
Yes, sir.
And similar to my other exhibits, it could have been there with the other documents, but you just didn't notice them, correct?
Correct.
She had a lot of documents next to her, correct?
Correct.
Some were medical, correct?
I don't recall for certain what was in there. I mean, I recall the will document, and I recall the pages of the notepad that we viewed prior to these exhibits specifically. Outside of that, I can't say for certain what nature the documents were.
And again, as you sit there today in front of this jury, you can't say whether or not the owner of this residence, Ms. Hernan, had documents in other parts of her house, correct?
Can't say for certain.
Correct.
Correct. I cannot say for certain.
If she had documents in her bedroom, correct?
Correct.
Documents in the dresser drawer in her bedroom, correct?
Correct.
Documents under the couch in the room that she was located in, correct?
Correct.
Because she did have items stuffed underneath the love seat, correct?
I don't know that for certain.
I mean, you saw that in one of the exhibits where she had things stuffed underneath the love seat, correct?
Yes, sir. That part I did see.
And as far as you know, there could have been additional documents that's stuffed underneath there, correct?
Correct.
Because you didn't look.
Correct.
Similar to the couch that was opposite of that love seat. There could have been items or documents under there, but you don't know because you didn't look, correct?
Correct.
Almost done. Detective, bear with me. I'm going to show you what's marked as defense exhibit 543, page 26. Do you see that exhibit?
Yes, sir.
It seems to be a medical document, correct?
Yes, sir.
It, at the top of it, has kind of like dates on it already, correct?
Yes.
It seems to depict September 15, 2018, correct?
Correct.
Do you want this published or just questioning him on it right now?
Publishment, Your Honor, thank you. It seems to be, again, a hospital document or a medical document, correct?
Correct.
It's dated September 15, 2018, correct?
Correct.
Time 1700, and you know what that seems to suggest, 5 p.m.?
Correct.
It talks about items that the patient, or items that they're referring to, jewelry, ring, necklace, bracelet, correct?
Correct.
Bracelet, 4 rings, correct?
Correct.
Filed on September 15, 2018 at 1700, correct?
Correct.
Says pants, shirts, footwear, filed, again, same date, September 15, 2018, correct?
Correct.
Clothing, strike that, other things, purse, wallet, credit cards, correct?
Correct.
It says Keys Kane, correct?
Correct.
Kane spelled C-A-N-E, correct?
Yes, sir.
Again, dated September 15th, 2018 at 5 p.m., correct?
Correct.
So whoever this is referring to has a wallet and credit cards with them, correct?
Yes.
I didn't see it, but at the top of the document, apparently it refers to a Hernan Lynn A, correct?
Correct.
And underneath it, it says patient, correct?
Correct.
I'm showing you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 543, page 27. At top of that exhibit, it says Pro Healthcare, correct?
Correct.
Again, is the name of Lynn Hernan, correct?
Correct.
It's dated at the beginning September 15, 2018, correct?
Correct.
And there's a discharge of September 28, 2018, correct?
Correct.
It also talks about the providers seen during the hospitalization, correct?
I'm sorry?
It also labels the doctors that Ms. Hernan saw while she was at the hospital, correct?
Yes, sir.
And one of the doctors is a psychiatrist?
Yes.
And the doctor above that psychiatrist is a doctor labeled palliative care?
Palliative care, I believe it's pronounced?
Correct.
Yes, sir.
Let me zoom it in a little bit more so I can read it. And it talks about why Ms. Hernan was hospitalized.
Correct. Correct.
I know you're not a doctor, so I don't want you to go through those items unless you can.
No.
No, okay. Fair enough. And there appears to be some writing on that document from somebody, correct?
Correct.
I mean, you don't know if Ms. Hernan wrote that on, put that writing on that document, do you?
No.
And you took a photograph of this. It's listed under the photographs that you took. Do you remember taking it?
No.
I'm showing you it's marked as Defense Exhibit 543, page 28. Again, it's labeled for Ms. Hernan, correct? At the
Yes.
top?
Yes.
And it talks about the number of, do you know what these words, it says nifedipine, these other words I can't even pronounce, but at the bottom, alprazolam. Do you know what those are?
No. I mean, it appears to be medication because it says it's a medication list, but I don't know anything about those or what they are.
Again, there appears to be some writing to the right of that, correct? Like somebody wrote on those documents,
Correct.
or that document in particular.
Correct.
I mean, you don't know if Ms. Hernan wrote that on there or someone else, correct?
Correct.
I'm showing you State Defense Exhibit number 543, page 29. Do you see page 29 in front of you?
Yes, sir.
Again, it gets directed to patient Hernan Lynn A., correct?
Correct.
And again, it appears to be more medication, correct?
Yes, correct.
And again, someone is writing to the right of those prescriptions, correct?
Correct.
Like it's at the top, it says it appears to be do not substitute.
Correct.
And over here, it's highlighted stop taking, correct?
Correct.
And then to the right of that, there's some writing, my BOP stop taking September 28th, or 9/28, correct?
Correct.
I mean, it seems to suggest my blood pressure stopped taking, correct? Oh, you don't know.
I'm not certain what BP would stand for in this case.
And then it talks about follow-up information, correct?
Correct.
And it seems to indicate that Ms. Hernan is supposed to have a follow-up examination with Dr. Abdullah, correct, on Thursday, October 4th.
Correct.
And it says contact the clinic to reschedule if you're unable to attend, correct?
Correct.
Again, there's more writing. If you are discharged to rehab, appointment will be canceled, correct?
Correct.
And directing you to the bottom, it says referral details. Do you see that?
Yes.
And directly to the right of that document at the bottom, it says type, it says home health care, correct?
Correct.
And one of the last documents I'm directing you to is defense item number 543. And I have it labeled as defense item number, page number 3. And that's not it. Let me double check. Can you not publish this? Thank you. Yeah, there you go. Showing you it's marked as defense exhibit number 543, page 30. Do you have it in front of you?
Yes, sir.
It's on the screen.
Thank you, Judge. Again, this refers to Hernan Lynn A., correct?
Correct.
And where it talks about special instructions optional, do you see where I'm pointing to?
Yes, sir.
It says patient's friend Jessy is her caregiver, correct?
Yes, sir.
And it has her telephone number, correct?
I would assume that's her telephone number. I don't know for certain.
And above that, special instructions, it says reasons for home care, correct?
Yes.
And could you read that to the jury? Why? What does it state on that document?
Recent 2-week hospitalization for abdominal pain with nausea, vomiting, and diarrhea, and setting of 4-year history of inability to tolerate full meals and foods, treated for CDIFF and electrolyte imbalances, deconditioned from baseline. You want me to continue? I'm sorry.
No.
Okay.
Thank you, Detective, and thank you for your service.
Thank you, sir.
Any redirect? Sorry.
Yes, Your Honor.
How long do you think you have? I may take a break.
I'd say probably 20, 30 minutes. Maybe.
Yeah, let's take a break then. We'll take about a 20-minute break. All rise for the jury, please. Minutes, so 35, 34 to be exact. Thank you, everyone. Please be seated. And thank you for your patience, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, as we were just problem solving a technical issue. So I appreciate your patience. Attorney Crawford, then, do you have redirect?
Thank you, Your Honor. I apologize. We're trying to pull up one of their exhibits, 543.
Do you need preview on right now for yourself so you can see
Please.
it? All right, there you go. Let me know if you want it on for the witness then too.
I will, thank you. Detective, do you have anything up on your screen right now?
No, sir.
Okay.
I
Excuse me.
just clicked it.
Thank you.
It's up now.
Thank you.
And then let me
Detective,
know if you want it published.
I will, thank you. Detective, we're looking at Exhibit 543, page 19. Do you recall being shown this exhibit earlier?
Yes.
Okay, and actually, Your Honor, I would ask that this be published, please. On page 19, is there an individual noted as Corrine Posa?
Yes.
Is there a arrow pointing to her name that talks about a living will in healthcare?
Yes.
Now we're looking at page 20 of Exhibit 543 as well. Again, you were shown this picture previously.
Yes, sir.
This was a picture that talks about the Department of Health and Social Services, correct?
Correct.
On the bottom of that, I don't know if it's easy for you to see or not, is there talk about an expiration date on the bottom?
There is.
What is that date?
November 1st, 1997.
Okay. And additionally, on the top left, can you give me the date on the top left?
It's hard to see, sir.
Okay. We're going to try to zoom in for you
Please.
to help that out.
October 1985.
Okay. And then as well, on that same sheet, the fourth line down, does it talk about laws of 1981?
Yes.
Given all of that information, would it be fair to say that that document was older?
Objection, speculation.
Overruled, he may answer.
Yes.
And then if we could go to page 18 of that one as well. On page 18, I believe you were shown this exhibit as well, correct?
Yes.
Can you please read to the jury the fourth paragraph?
Rest of name, dates, etc. to remain the same on living will and will, both originals and lockbox number 514, BMO Harris Bank, 1580 East Moreland Boulevard, Waukesha, Wisconsin, 53186. Advisor Mr. Diaz, 262-544-8780.
Okay, thank you. We can take that down, thank you.
I'll leave preview up so that you all can see and then let me know if it needs to go to the witness or to be published.
When we get it pulled up, I'm gonna be showing you what's been previously marked as Exhibit 1. And I believe you were actually shown a portion of this exhibit as part of 543 as part of the notepad that would have been taken on this October 3rd date. As part of Exhibit 1, towards the middle or towards the bottom, is there discussion about a hospital?
Yes.
Can you discuss the contents of that hospital discussion?
It appears to notate a phone number, which can be utilized to reach a scheduling desk at the hospital. And then there's reference to they, which then in parentheses has hospital, which appears to designate who they is, referring to if that facility needs an original living will and where it can be located.
Okay.
It also lists Corrine on this page as well with a phone number.
On top of Exhibit 1, if we could just zoom in towards the top a little bit.
Do you want this published?
I don't.
Okay.
This doesn't need to be published. Thank you, though. On top of Exhibit 1 is the date 9/26/2015.
Yes.
Again, you found that notepad in the collapsible area near Ms. Hernan, correct?
Correct.
Ultimately, a picture of that notepad was taken on a stool, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Detective Loberg, you were shown a lot of scene photos, and there was questioning of whether or not you actually took those photos. Do you recall that?
Correct.
Okay. Your Honor, can we take this off preview briefly? Thank you. You took several scene photos on this date that were not published or moved into the exhibit, correct?
Correct.
In a minute, we're gonna pull up all of those photos to help refresh your recollection, okay?
Okay.
Can we pull up preview, please?
Preview for just you or for the witness as well?
For the witness as well, please, thank you.
We'll take a minute. Detective, just let us know when it's up.
And just for the record, Your Honor, because this is used to refresh his recollection, we don't have this marked as an exhibit right now, but we will be getting that in a PowerPoint form.
All right, do you know how many pages?
There are 23. Yeah.
23 pages or photos?
Correct. Can you see anything on your screen yet?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What are we looking at in this first page?
So this is a what we refer to as an evidence card, which is an in-house document utilized to notate that any picture subsequent to this is associated to this particular case number and investigation.
Okay. Did you take roughly 36 photographs on this date?
I would say that's probably accurate.
Okay. Looking at this photo right now, I believe that's already been moved in as an exhibit, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. This third page of this You took this photo, correct?
Yes, sir.
Just to make this more efficiently, so I don't have to ask you these same monotonous questions and to save the jury, I'm just gonna have this actually end up being scrolled through, and then we're just gonna make sure that these are all photos that you took.
Okay.
All right, Detective, have you had a chance to review all those photos?
Yes, sir.
Does that help refresh your recollection of the photos that you would have taken on this date?
Yes.
Perfect. You were questioned about some of the photos, again, by Attorney Galaviz previously about some photos that were taken that you didn't recall. Do you remember that?
Yes.
All right, I'm gonna have. Can you go to page 1, please? And publish this to the jury.
Unfortunately, that delay will always be there for the jury box. I know there's the 2 monitors you all can see, but just give me a thumbs up when, all right, lots of thumbs up. Go ahead.
So first page on exhibit 543, was that a picture that you had taken in that refresh recollection?
No.
Okay. Can we go to page 5?
I wanted to not
Yep, I appreciate that.
show that
Thank
since
you.
it was scrolling through.
Thank you.
Let me know when you're on the one you want.
We're ready, thank you.
Next time you're gonna scroll, give me a heads up, so I need to stop the publish.
Okay,
All right, thank you.
this is exhibit 543, page 5. Is this picture part of the photos that you had previously taken as part of that refresh memory?
No.
Okay, page 6. Apologize, that was not the right one.
That's not the one you wanted, right?
I
All right.
apologize. We can publish this now. Again, same question, is this part of a picture that you would have taken on this date?
No.
All right, can you take that off, please? And then we're gonna turn to page 15 of 543. And that can be published. Same questions, Detective. Is this picture one of the pictures that you had taken previously?
No.
All right, that can be taken off, please. And then moving to page 19 of 543. This is page 19 of exhibit 543. Was that a picture that you had taken?
No.
Moving to page 20. Same questions, is that a picture that you took?
No.
Moving to page 21. Again, you talked about this notepad, but was that notepad part of the series of photos that you reviewed earlier to refresh your recollection?
No.
Same thing with page 22. Did you take this photograph?
No.
Page 23. Did you take that photograph?
No.
Then we can pull it down briefly. Moving on to page 26. That can be published, please. Thank you. Page 26 of 543. Did you take this photograph?
No.
Moving to 27.
No.
Again, did you take this photograph?
No.
28. Did you take that picture?
No.
29. Did you take that picture?
No.
And lastly, 30. Did you take that picture?
No.
So when Attorney Galaviz was telling you that these photos were part of the scene photos and ones that you had taken, would that be correct?
No.
Okay. When you were on scene in your investigation, was a suicide note ever found?
No.
If there was one found, would you have taken it?
Absolutely.
In your training and experience in your lengthy time as a detective, is it normal for suicide notes to be easily findable?
Judge, I want to object as to what is normal when it comes to suicides.
Sustained as to the form of the question.
Again, in your training and experience and going to death scenes and suicides before, are suicide notes easily findable?
Yes.
Why is that?
Well, I believe in interviews that we typically may conduct either at the scene or later on, there seems that some people who commit that act have some sort of remorse as well, or the desire to let someone else know why they had the motivation to do what they did. And so typically it has been my experience that if those notes are present, they are within the absolute immediate area of the actual decedent.
Was that the case here?
No.
Ultimately, we've talked a lot in your testimony here about how initially this appeared to be a suicide, correct?
Yes, sir.
So can you talk about the reasons here that initially why it appeared that it was a suicide as opposed to a homicide?
So the initial information that I was told that some of the deputies received kind of, I guess, led them to that conclusion. And that would have been based on the information that they gathered from Ms. Kurczewski when they interviewed her. The other thing is that the manner in which the patient was lying with what appeared to be crushed medications present on her person, the lack of any signs of forced entry, the lack of any signs of or indications of a struggle, the lack of obvious signs of any trauma to the body. There just was no indication whatsoever, in my opinion, looking at it from a criminal aspect, that there was any obvious element at that time. And so that dictates the means in which that scene is processed.
While you're talking about the crushed pills as part of that answer, do you know when those pills got there?
No.
Do you know how they got crushed?
No.
And Additionally, does documenting a scene differ when you're processing it as a homicide versus a suicide?
Absolutely.
Does that change the way you collect evidence
Absolutely.
in terms of photographs or collecting garbage per se?
Absolutely.
Ultimately, though, I believe we talked originally on direct examination, though. Through further follow-up, did this investigation turn from a suicide investigation to a homicide investigation?
Yes.
Thank you, Detective. I don't have anything else.
Right.
Question, Judge.
Go ahead. Based on the limited.
Correct.
Direct. Go ahead.
So the photos I showed you a little while ago that I got from the DA's office, I got them from you. If you didn't take them, who was taking them?
There would have been deputies on scene that would have had the ability to, but I'm not certain.
So it's either you or other deputies on the scene that took these photos.
I would assume so.
Because the deputy medical examiner testified yesterday that 543, Defense Exhibit 543, page 1, was the photograph of Lynn Hernan's driver's license that she got from a deputy. That photograph. That she didn't take it.
Objection, or I don't recall that being her testimony. I believe she admitted that she actually took that photograph.
Sustain this to the form of the question. Please rephrase.
So, you know, the deputy medical examiner was taking photos, correct?
I presume so. They
You-
usually do.
You were taking photographs, correct?
Yes.
And apparently other deputies on the scene were taking photographs, correct?
I don't know.
Well, a lot of these almost all these photographs I showed you were photographs taken on the scene, correct?
Yes.
And you didn't see me on the scene, correct?
No.
And you said you didn't see any trauma to Ms. Hernan, correct?
Correct.
You didn't see any trauma to her neck, correct?
Correct.
Any trauma to her mouth, correct?
I believe there was some minor bleeding, but otherwise, no.
So you saw bleeding in her mouth.
I believe there was.
You verified that was bleeding in her mouth.
With seeing blood visible? Visible on her mouth, I should
Yeah,
say.
you verified that was blood in her mouth.
Objection, Your Honor. I think this is getting outside the scope of redirect.
It is. Sustained. Move on.
Well, let's talk about these suicide scenes. How many of suicide scenes have you been to?
Couldn't say. A lot.
100?
Sure.
And of those 100, how many were prescription drug suicides?
Well, typically, let me word it this way. That's a determination made by the medical examiner. And so if I have no further investigation into the matter, I may not receive a final disposition. I may suspect or have a professional opinion as to a cause, but I may not always know for every single death investigation what the final cause of death was.
Well, when you got on the scene where you suspected it was a prescription drug suicide, how many were those?
I don't know.
1?
No.
5? 10? What's the number?
$100? I don't know. I don't know.
You investigated 100 prescriptions.
Don't know. What I'm saying, sir, is that if there's a circumstance where it's the opinion of law enforcement at that time, at that scene, that there's a suicide that occurs, the investigation is done completely different from an obvious criminal matter scene. And so if there's no information gathered after the processing of that scene to indicate that there's a criminal element and it remains a suicide, for example, I may not have any further involvement in that case at that point, and therefore I'm not ultimately looking for what the final disposition is of that investigation done by the medical examiner, for example, because at that point, I wouldn't have any further involvement anyways.
So you can't tell this jury how many prescription suicides you've handled?
No.
So if you handle 100 suicides in total, how many left notes?
Probably 90.
The last one that you handled, what type was it?
I don't remember. They're that frequent. I don't remember.
So they went to the medical examiner as suicides. Is that what you're telling this jury?
What I'm saying is that that ultimate determination is made by the medical examiner. I guess the maybe an easier way to explain it is that the medical examiner has different agenda or different objective, different investigation to conduct when they're there and subsequent to that, as opposed to what I have, for example. So I don't have any of the medical training or certifications to note or to, I guess arguably what a cause of death could be. And so that's why I say an obvious causation with a criminal element. If I don't have that, I'm limited on what I can do at that point. And so although the crime scene itself and the processing and the handling of the crime scene itself is extremely important, it's also not the only investigative tool. The ideal situation, law enforcement would love for every person to leave behind all kinds of evidence for us that would be traceable back to the offender, right? But that doesn't happen. And so all we can do is at that point, at that moment in time, that picture in your head.
Detective, do you remember
Go
what
by
I just
that.
asked you?
So that's what I'm explaining is in the end, I don't, maybe I'm misunderstanding your question. I'm understanding it as how many of them turn out to be a drug-related overdose, correct?
Oh, prescription drug related overdose.
I don't know. I don't make that determination as to what that cause of death is. So what I'm saying is if it's not a criminal investigation at that time,
Well, suicides are not criminal,
right? That's what I'm saying.
but I'm just asking you in general.
What I'm saying, sir, is if there's no criminal element to that death investigation at that time, right then and there would be no reason for me to ultimately continue to watch that investigation as it proceeds through the medical examiner and there's a final determination of a cause of death. There would be no reason. And so there's times when if it's not ultimately determined to be a homicide, for example, industrial accident, whatever you want to use, there's no, I may not receive a final disposition as to what that death investigation, what the cause of death is, because it's not criminal in nature. So there's no reason for me to continue to follow that. And so it's hard for me to give you that number because I don't always get the disposition of what it is. I may assist, I may be the lead investigator, I don't know. It all depends.
And you can't tell this jury the last time you investigated a suicide?
No.
I have no further questions.
Is there any redirect?
No, thank you.
All right, thank you. Detective, you may step down.
Thank you.
I'd be asking that to be released from this subpoena.
Is he under a defense subpoena?
No, Judge, you can be excused.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
The state will mark that just for identification purposes, used to refresh his recollection at a later point in time.
Correct.
All right, your next witness then.
Thank you, Judge. State calls Dr. Linda Bedritzky, and I will be using the lapel mic.
Good morning, Dr. Bidzricki. If you would please make your way to the witness stand, which is at the front of the courtroom, up one riser. When you get there, please remain standing. Raise your right hand, and my clerk, Teresa, who's on my left, will swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you. Please be seated.
Good morning, Doctor. Could you please state your name and spell it for the record?
Linda Bedritzky, Lyndabidrzki.
Dr. Bedritzky, where do you work?
At the Waukesha County Medical Examiner's Office.
In fact, are you the head of that office?
Yes.
Could you explain to the jury what it means to be the head of the Waukesha County Medical Examiner's Office, please?
Okay. Medical examiners and coroners are a statutory position in the state of Wisconsin, and they're by county. And our job is to investigate deaths as defined by statute, which is basically any unnatural death or any death that's unexplained. That would include accidents, homicides, suicides, or deaths is again unexplained. We don't know which category they may fall into. And we investigate those deaths and may include performing an autopsy and laboratory studies to help with that investigation and certify those deaths. So that's our statutory responsibility. I am the head of the office, so I'm the administrator, but I'm also a forensic pathologist and I perform the autopsies.
Would it be fair to say that you are an arm of law enforcement?
No,
Okay. Could you please clarify that for the jury?
I'm a physician. I practice medicine. And the kind of medicine I practice has to do with the identification of causes of death and unnatural death. That's my training and background. I have no law enforcement training at all. And I do work with law enforcement. I also work with public health. I work with people who have an interest in understanding cause of death. But I don't work for the advocacy system, the law enforcement system.
So that would include the DA's office. You're not an arm of the DA's office either.
No,
Would it be fair to say that you're a totally independent department in the county?
yes,
Does that mean that you have to, as an administrator, handle things like the budget for the department?
yes, budget, personnel, those kind of things.
Okay. Based on your role, does that mean that you're often assisting many different types of parties in understanding a cause of death determination you've made?
Yes,
Does that sometimes include law enforcement?
yes,
Does it sometimes include attorneys from the DA's office?
yes,
Does it sometimes include defense attorneys?
yes.
Okay. I want to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 33, and it's going to appear before you on your screen. And Madam Clerk, we are all set. And I'm going to have our paralegal, April, just scroll through that multi-page document, and I just want you to take a look at it.
Okay.
Is that Exhibit 33 7 pages?
I don't remember the number of pages.
Okay.
Yeah.
And if I can refer you, actually on this screen,
I see, 7.
okay. What is Exhibit 33?
It's my curriculum vitae.
Is that a current version of it?
Yes.
Was what you saw on the screen a fair and accurate copy of your curriculum vitae?
Yes.
I'd move Exhibit 33 into evidence, ask for permission to publish.
Any objection?
None.
Exhibit 33's received permission to publish is granted.
So Dr. Budritsky, I just want to make sure that the jury can kind of tell where we're looking. So on the screen along the right column, is it true that there's actually a page count?
Yes.
Okay, and so right now, does it show that we're on page 1 of 7?
Yes.
And if Ms. Vulcanier could please scroll to the bottom of page 1, I'd like you to point out if there's an exhibit sticker on this.
Yes.
Okay, and so that's the same Exhibit 33 that you just looked at?
Yes.
Okay, so if we could scroll back up to the top, please. Dr. Budritsky, why did you prepare a document like this?
People sometimes want to know what your background and training is, and so typically physicians have a CV, and it's shown to people who want to know.
Okay. Is it fair to say that it's a compilation of a lot of different kinds of information?
It's basically my professional information. It's not a personal document. It has to do with my training, my prior employment, my professional activities, any research that I did, that kind of thing.
And you already indicated to the jury that you're a medical doctor, right?
Correct.
And a pathologist.
Yes.
Could you please talk to the jury about your education in order to take those positions?
Okay. So I have a degree in biology from Marquette, and then I went to medical school at the Medical College of Wisconsin. After that, I did an internship in internal medicine at the University of Illinois in Chicago. And then I went and did 2 years of pathology training in both anatomic and clinical pathology at the Medical College of Wisconsin. I then went to the University of California in San Diego for more anatomic pathology training. Then I did a forensic pathology fellowship at the Wayne County Medical Examiner's Office in Detroit. And I finished my clinical pathology training at William Beaumont Hospital. So those were 5 years of pathology training to cover the necessary training to qualify to take boards in 3 areas of pathology: anatomic, clinical, and forensic. After I practiced forensic pathology for a while, I went and did a second fellowship in cardiac pathology. So that covers all my training.
And maybe let's back up for a moment. Could you please tell the jury what is pathology?
Pathology is the study of disease, and so that covers pretty much everything. Covers all kinds of things that happen to the human body, from infections to cancer, and in forensic, now we're adding injury.
Okay. How long ago was that 5 years of pathology training that you just testified about?
I finished all my training except for the cardiac part in 1986.
Okay. Have you been working in the field of pathology since that time?
Yes.
Could you please, and Ms. DeValcanier, if we could scroll to the middle and bottom of page 1, Dr. Budritsky, could you please talk to the jury about your certifications after that period of training in pathology, please?
So it says I'm certified by the American Board of Pathology in anatomic, clinical, and forensic pathology. So that's the national certification agency for doctors. I mean, there's an American Board of Medicine, an American Board of Surgery, and there's an American Board of Pathology. So that's the board that I'm certified by, and I'm certified by demonstrating adequate training. Like I have to, in the application says, how many autopsies did you do, and how many clinical chemistry tests did you do, and did you spend enough time doing this, that, and the other thing. You have to qualify, and then you take the exams in those 3 areas.
And at the bottom of page 1, fair to say that that outlines all of the experience in pathology you've had since that time?
No, I think it goes to the next page.
Oh, okay. But it's the beginning at least.
Professional experience. Let's see. I don't know how to explain this. I'm not sure the CV is the easiest way to explain it. I mean, my first job was in Pontiac, Michigan at the Oakland County Medical Examiner's Office. Then I came to Waukesha in 1990, and I spent 3 years here as the medical examiner. At that time, I moved to Boston to do my cardiac pathology fellowship. Well, after my fellowship, I was on staff at the hospital at Brigham and Women's, and I also worked at the medical examiner's office in Boston. So I did both of those things. I came back to this area, as my family is here, and worked at the Milwaukee County Medical Examiner's Office. And then I came back to the position I have now in 1998. So I was continually employed, but I went to a few places.
Have you been the head of the medical examiner's office here in Waukesha since 1998?
Yes,
Okay. Do you do any teaching, doctor?
yes,
And have you throughout your history as a pathologist?
yes, a lot of teaching. Most of the places that I have been employed at, there was either teaching, almost always, of law enforcement and community training. I was a professor, I'm an adjunct professor at the medical college now, and I train residents and fellows. I was a full faculty member both at Harvard when I was in Boston and at the medical college when I worked in Milwaukee.
The next page, could you tell the jury what this page of your curriculum vitae is capturing and why it's important?
These are the professional activities I've engaged in, and part of it is to maintain knowledge in your field. You work with your co-professionals nationally so that you know what's going on and try to contribute nationally to improve your field. So I belong to general pathology organizations, which are the American Society of Clinical Pathologists and the College of American Pathologists. All pathologists can belong to those organizations, and the United States and Canadian Academy of Pathologists. Then I belong to forensic organizations, which include the National Association of Medical Examiners and the American Academy of Forensic Sciences. I also belong to the State Coroners and Medical Examiners Association, and I also belong to the AMA, the American Medical Association.
In your field, is it important that you keep current on research and developments in the field?
Well, continuing education is critical for all physicians because knowledge advances. And yes, so it's true in forensics as well.
Is it important, and I think that you mentioned it when you were talking about these positions, that you consult with other doctors in your field or even professionals in other fields that are relevant to your work?
Right, yes. I mean, there's a lot of ongoing discussion with your colleagues. You know, how did you do this? Can you help me with that? So forth and so on.
Doctor, I next want to talk to you about what's actually on the next page of this exhibit, page 4, in terms of have you ever written anything that's been published?
Well, this particular page is more to do with other activities, such as I did 2 presentations in the last couple of years on a national level. And it includes my other memberships and speaking award. But I have published as well.
Okay, and I'm sorry, I skipped ahead a little bit. That's further down, isn't it? So, in terms of the page that we're looking at, could you tell the jury a little bit about that most recent presentation that you gave?
Just this, in June of this year, I did a webinar, national or maybe internationally provided webinar called The Poison Patient, Poison in the Pathologist, Challenges in Delayed Death.
Do you know about how many other doctors viewed that training?
I was told that over 1,000 registered.
Okay. And what about the one listed there in 2022? What was that?
This was a talk I was asked to give on challenges in the identification and certification of novel synthetic opioids in death investigations, the Midwest experience. I did that at the toxicology workshop at the American Academy of Forensic Sciences.
Okay. And Ms. DeValcanier, if we could just slowly scroll down. I think, Doctor, you've already talked about your teaching. So we'll scroll Through that, sorry, scroll up a little bit to mid-page 5. Dr. Bedrzynski, is there anything on this page that jumps out you think relevant for this case that you'd like to talk to the jury about?
Well, it includes things I may have mentioned that I instructed at the Medical College of Wisconsin, that I lectured for Police Academy when I was in Michigan, that I taught at the Harvard School of Public Health and Harvard Medical School when I was working in Boston.
Okay, and if we could continue down, please. Now, page 6 of Exhibit 33 is actually the part that I jumped ahead to, right? This is a big
Yes.
bibliography part. What does this capture for the jury?
Well, these are articles that I published, book chapters that I wrote or assisted in writing, and abstracts, which are basically like short versions of papers that aren't a complete paper that I wrote on various topics.
Okay. I want to talk to you a little bit about the process of being published as a doctor. Is that a fairly simple thing to get done?
No, I mean, it takes a lot of time. You have to be peer reviewed, submit to a journal. I would say time is a constraint, at least for me.
Explain that to the jury, please.
I find that actually doing my job takes all of my time. Working to publish papers, it is important because it's important to share things that might be helpful to other people, but it takes a lot of time. One paper, the second one on here, that I worked with Dr. Dupre, who's works at Carroll College. We looked at hundreds of cases of deaths to look at what commonalities existed in people who died of falls. I mean, crunching that data, it took years actually to do that. Other cases are case reports. I did, the top one is a case report because there was an injury from a resuscitation device, and I called the emergency doctors that were supervising the EMTs, and I said, hey, this happened. You should know that this can be a complication. And he said, that has never been published before, we should publish it. And I went if you do at least most of the work, I can do that. But, it takes time.
Okay. As opposed to working on research and publishing articles, what does a typical day for you in your job look like?
It's mainly doing autopsies and working on investigations of deaths, supervising the investigative staff, reading the reports of the cases that they investigated and doing the autopsies, and then the follow-up for those autopsies, which includes reviewing the medical records, the police reports, the laboratory data, filling out the paperwork for the death certificates. One time I did a time study because it was requested by administration, and I can spend up to 30% of my total work hours doing administration. So there's that as well.
Okay. When you say supervising, I think that you called it the investigative team. Did I get that wrong?
Yeah, no, that's right.
Okay. Formerly, was Tabitha Kukis a part of that team?
Yes.
What was your role in terms of supervising her work and the other investigators' work?
Well, I set the standard for the scope of the investigation. There are requirements that they need to fulfill in every investigation in terms of my expectations. So, and anybody who works in my office, it's a long training period because it's a very high learning curve. So, primarily I set those expectations, what a good investigation consists of, and then on a daily basis I review the cases that have been occurring. If they don't call me, sometimes I'm called and they say, I'm at a scene, what do you think? And so I might have input at that time. But I, as the head of the office, I'm responsible for the work of the staff, and so that's what I mean.
When you talk about scenes, does that only include homicide scenes?
No.
Could you remind the jury when you're called for assistance, when your office is called for assistance?
Any death that's outside of a facility requires a call to our office. And usually a response, although sometimes we are not responding at this time. After COVID, we had to change our response because I don't have enough staff. So if a case looks natural and I have enough information about the scene from phone information from people at the scene, my staff may not respond, but otherwise they responded to everybody who died outside of a facility all the time, and most of those are not homicides.
Okay. I think I know the answer to this. Is it possible for you personally to go to all those scenes?
No.
Okay. Could you give the jury some idea of the numbers of scenes we're talking about? Per year, or per week, or something that would be helpful?
No, it would be per year, because I look at these stats for budget purposes, so, but I'm gonna have to round them. It's probably around high 200s to 300 scenes pre-COVID. It jumped by about 100 to 150 scenes more. Now, I think we're up to 400 to 500 scenes annually, okay?
Is that investigative team important in order for you to be able to do the work you need to do?
Yeah, I can't go to all the scenes. I'm the doctor, I do the autopsies. They can't do the autopsies, they go to the scenes. It's like, I often view it as a relationship of a doctor and a nurse. They're the paraprofessionals that I'm responsible for, that but work under my direction, basically.
Fair to say they're kind of the eyes and ears for you in terms of the scene?
Absolutely.
Okay. But have you been to scenes before yourself?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. In your experience, even just here in Waukesha since 1998, fair to say that you've seen and analyzed many, many death scenes?
Yes. Right now, our office, well, I don't know. I think of it in terms of death certificates signed because that's the ultimate responsibility. Our office signs something like 500 death certificates a year.
How many doctors or pathologists are working in your office?
One other full-time and one less than half-time.
Okay. So all of those death certificates are signed by one of the three of you, right?
Correct.
Okay. Is there a difference between cause and manner of death?
Yes.
What is it?
Cause of death is the initiating event, which could be an injury or it could be a disease, that starts the chain that results in death. Manner is how that death, it's more circumstances of the death. In other words, a gunshot wound could be an accident, a suicide, or a homicide, depending on how that gunshot wound was sustained. And then the natural deaths have no trauma at all.
Okay. Which of those or both go on a death certificate?
Both.
Okay. Does it sometimes take a long period of time between finding a decedent and having a death certificate signed?
Yes, in my area, yes.
Why?
Because there's a lot of laboratory studies, medical records, maybe investigation that has to go into it.
Okay. You said that almost on a daily basis you are conducting autopsies, is that right?
Yes,
Are there different parts of an autopsy?
yes.
Could you please explain those to the jury?
The first is the external exam, and I do that before the patient is altered. In other words, if a person comes in with clothes and medical devices attached, or even things that may have caused injuries, like there's a knife still in the body, I examine the body and document it at that point. Then the body is undressed, the medical devices are removed, and I do another examination looking for things that I couldn't see the first time, and looking at other marks of injury or disease. Then the internal part comes where we examine and make incisions to look at the internal organs, and we take body fluids and tissues for study and laboratory testing.
Do you have a lab in the Waukesha County Medical Examiner's office?
No.
What lab do you use?
Depends on the test. We have options for toxicology labs. We have options for laboratory testing like blood cultures or chemistries. I have a lab that does the slides, that cuts the slides so I can look at them under the microscope. So there's a variety of places that I might use.
Okay. When you make a cause of death determination, do you need to consider more things than just your autopsy process?
Yes, the cause of death. There are some causes of death that aren't even found at autopsy. One might be diabetic ketoacidosis, which is a chemical imbalance. An autopsy, well, I should say, the gross autopsy and microscopic autopsy won't do that, but the chemical tests I run will show that. So I guess the autopsy will show that, but I was thinking in terms of what I could see with my own eyes.
Okay. What other types of information do you try to analyze if you can before ultimately concluding a cause of death?
I need to know the investigation, the scope, how is the body found? What do we know about the person that died? What do we know about the most recent events about that person around the time of their death? So there's the history, there's what was seen, what was found at the scene, my eyes and ears, so that helps to fill in like how the person was found, and the autopsy and the laboratory testing.
Okay. What about if you're able to have access to a decedent's medical records? Do you review those?
Absolutely. We look, I think I mentioned that earlier, but yes, I do look at the historical data, the medical records, and also investigative information.
Okay. I'm going to jump back a second to manner of death. What are the different options for manner?
In Wisconsin, and this can vary state to state, but in Wisconsin, we're given 5 choices. It's natural, accident, homicide, suicide, and undetermined.
Okay. What would an example of natural death be?
A heart attack,
Okay. What about an example of accidental?
blunt trauma from a motor vehicle accident.
Okay. And all 5 of those manner of death types have you used in your work?
Yes,
Okay. Multiple times?
yes.
Okay. Are there occasions when you find the need to consult with other professionals before finalizing a cause of death determination?
Yes,
Is that actually pretty common?
yes,
Okay. What about doing research on your own before determining a cause of death?
yes.
Okay. Dr. Bedritsky, I'd like to talk to you about this case involving the decedent Lynn Hernan. Were you involved in the cause of death and manner determination for Lynn Hernan?
Yes.
Okay. First, I want to talk to you about the autopsy process. Now, did you conduct an autopsy on Ms. Hernan in this case?
Yes,
And when you conduct autopsies, are you always following the same best practices and standards set for you in your field?
I would say yes. Every case has its own specific things, but in general, there's a standard practice.
Ultimately, do you memorialize the autopsy process and conclusions in a report?
Yes,
Is that often referred to as a protocol?
yes.
I'd like to show just the witness, please states Exhibit 34. And doctor, again, this is a multiple page exhibit. And I'm gonna have Ms. DeValkenaer please scroll slowly through all 8 pages. And Dr. Bedritsky, do you recognize Exhibit 34?
Yes,
What is it?
it's the autopsy report I prepared on Lynn Hernan.
Okay. Is it a fair and accurate copy of that?
Yes,
Okay. I'd move Exhibit 34 into evidence. I'm not asking for permission to publish at this point.
Any objection to 34? No. Exhibit 34 is received.
Now, this protocol, is that something that you can complete as soon as your autopsy is done?
no, I take notes during the autopsy, I dictate from those notes, and then until I have all the other information, like the laboratory finding and my conclusions, then I finalize it.
And is that what happened in this case, that you needed to wait to finalize this?
Yes,
Okay. In this case, did you specifically send any items to a lab for
Yes.
testing? When you send toxicology samples, do you always use the same lab?
no, I use one of two labs. In 2018, I don't know if I only used one or two labs. I primarily use a lab called NMS for most of my cases, but sometimes, at least now, I send some cases to the State Lab of Hygiene.
Okay. If you needed a more comprehensive report, which lab would you pick?
NMS
Okay. Where is that lab located?
in Pennsylvania.
In this case with Ms. Hernan, did you send samples to NMS labs?
I did,
Actually, multiple times?
yes.
Okay. I'd like to show the witness, please, Exhibit 35, and again, Dr. Bedrzewski, is there something on your screen?
Yes,
Okay, great. I would just have Ms. DeValcanier please slowly scroll through the 14-page exhibit. And Dr. Bedrzewski, do you recognize Exhibit 35?
yes, this
What it-
was, oh, I'm sorry.
What is it?
This was the final, the fourth, actually, and the final report from NMS Labs on the specimens from Lynn Hernan's autopsy.
Is this something that you used in order to determine the cause of death in this case?
Yes,
In fact, is it often included right behind your protocol?
yes, it's often, if people request my autopsy protocol, rather than copying everything that's on the report, I would just attach it to my report.
Okay. And is that what you did in this case?
Yes,
Is that a fair and accurate copy of the final report from NMS Labs in this case?
yes.
I'd move Exhibit 35 into evidence.
Exhibit 35 is received.
Dr. Bedrzewski, do you know roughly the time frame that you received the toxicology initially in this case?
I think it was possibly November after I did the autopsy in September, or in October.
Okay. When you received the toxicology, did you end up contacting NMS Labs?
Yes,
Why?
because there was a substance that I was an unusual finding that I hadn't seen in a report from their facility before. It was called tetrahydrozoline.
Why did you contact the lab about that?
I wanted to know specifically if there was more testing that should be done. In other words, if you find a surprising finding, I mean, many of the findings in their toxicology report were things that I was familiar with and were found in her investigation in terms of the medication she had access to. But tetrahydrozoline just sort of came out of nowhere. So I called them and I said, you know, what's your experience with this? Should I send another specimen? Can we confirm it through another means? Because this is an unexpected result.
In terms of the autopsy itself in this case, were there remarkable findings that kind of pointed you in a certain direction about what the manner of death might be?
Because there were a number of medication bottles at the scene, there were scattered pills on the floor, there was powder kind of ground up on her body, there was a thought that maybe there was an ingestion was a possibility for the cause of death. She had also been recently released from the hospital, And she was on a lot of medication, so she clearly had some medical conditions. So perhaps natural disease was the cause of death. So I would say initially, that was my thought.
Okay. Ultimately, Dr. Bedritsky, if we could, Ms. DeValcanier could flip back to Exhibit 34, please. When did your protocol get finished in this matter?
Sometime after I determined the cause of death. So the death certificate would be signed first, then it's just the paperwork of including all your data and proofreading the report and signing it.
And Ms. DeValcanier, if we could please show the witness Exhibit 36. Dr. Bedritsky, this is a single-page exhibit. Do you see it on the screen before you?
Yes.
What is it?
This is a cause of death letter that we send because death records are not available in general to everybody. Only, next of kin typically, it's a vital record. But the information that I determined regarding cause of death might be necessary to release so that people know what the determination of cause of death is. So it's basically a short form saying that. So this is a letter I constructed, or the office constructed, based on what was on the death certificate of Lynn Hernan regarding the cause and manner of death and how the injury occurred.
What's the date on this exhibit?
September 27th, 2019.
And remind the jury when you did the autopsy?
October 4th, 2018.
So fair to say a lot of time passed between the autopsy and your determination in this case?
Yes.
Is that common?
This long, not common, but there were 4 different submissions for toxicology, and I wanted to be very sure, based on what my final determination was, that I had not failed to consider any further or new information.
And is Exhibit 36 a fair and accurate copy of the letter your office produced in this case?
I can't see the exhibit number, but
I'm sorry,
yeah.
just scroll down. Thank you.
Yes.
I'd move Exhibit 36 into evidence, ask for permission to publish.
36 is received. Permission to publish is granted.
There's a little bit of a delay, so I just want to make sure that it's in the jury box before we continue. All right, I think I even saw the light go on some of your faces, so that's a clue. Dr. Bedritsky, is this Exhibit 36 that you were just shown on your screen?
Yes.
If we could scroll down, please, Ms. DeValcanier. Okay. And we're gonna go much more in depth into these determinations, but before the lunch break here, I'd just like you to explain to the jury the content in the middle paragraph of this and what your findings were in this case.
Okay. It's structured as a death certificate is structured. So what my obligation is to fill out the death certificate is to fill out what they call the primary cause of death, and that's like part 1. And part 2 are all the other conditions that contributed significantly to the cause of death. Then there's, if it's not a natural death, how did an injury occur, and the time and place, and how it occurred. So the cause of death I determined was tetrahydrozoline poisoning. I also determined that there were other significant conditions. I think it's important to say that the CDC has instructions on filling out a death certificate, and other significant conditions should not include things that are historical. It should include things that affect the cause of death in a significant way. So you should be able to say why you put that in there. So under that conditions, I included a number of other medications, including baclofen, ropinirole, alprazolam, hydrocodone, and cyclobenzaprine use, other medications. I also put in some of her important natural diseases, including interstitial myocarditis, hypertension, hepatic steatosis, and chronic obstructive pulmonary disease. Then I have to determine a manner of death. I have to pick one of the 5 manners, and I determined it was a homicide, which is a medical determination, not based on law enforcement or criminal rules. It's a public health determination, actually. And how this injury occurred is that she was given tetrahydrozoline by another, which is why I called it a homicide. If it was self-administered, it would be something else. And the use of baclofen, ropinirole, alprazolam, hydrocodone, and cyclobenzaprine. So I have to indicate all of those unnatural conditions as injury.
Thank you, Dr. Budritsky. I think this would be a good time to take the lunch break, Judge.
All right, I agree. Thank you for stepping at a logical point. So you can just remain seated, Dr. Budritsky, for the moment. Ladies and gentlemen, I know you've heard my instruction. I'm going to paraphrase it right now. In a nutshell, you may not begin your deliberations. You may not discuss this case with among yourselves or with anyone else. You can't do any research. Avoid watching any news reports, reading any news reports, listening to any news reports, talk shows, or coverage, as you know, due to the live stream in this case. Don't research anything you think might be helpful to you in understanding the issues presented. And if you see any of the parties, the lawyers, the witnesses, as you know, they will avoid you. You need to avoid them. It's not to be rude. It's one of the rules. But if you see them and they are talking about the case, just keep going. Do not listen to any conversations about the case. And do not communicate with anyone in any way, whether electronically, whether in person, whether on a phone. You may not do any of that, and you may not post about this or otherwise communicate about your experience as a juror while this case is pending and before the trial is concluded. As you know, the rules are intended to assure that jurors remain impartial throughout the trial. If any juror has reason to believe that another juror has violated these rules, you should report that to me, or frankly, if anyone were to approach you as well. Because if jurors do not comply with these rules, it could result in a new trial involving additional time and significant expense to the parties and the taxpayers. As you know, you are to decide this case based only on the evidence offered and received at trial. With that, we'll give the full 90-minute lunch hour. Please follow the directions. I know you've met Mike now, replacing Jen. Tom is still here, and we'll get going close to 1:30. All rise for the jury, please. All right, we are back on the record in State versus Jessy Kurczewski after the lunch break. Do we have Dr. Kurczewski available?
Yes, she is in the victim room.
All right, we can have her come back out and she can be on the stand when the jury comes out.
Ask, before we get the jury out here, I'm not sure what time the state's gonna finish their direct. They said it's at least 2 more hours, maybe longer. So in any event, if it's late enough in the day, I might ask this court if I could start my cross-exam tomorrow, if it's late. If it's not, could I at least have a break after the direct's done so I could be properly set up for the cross-exam?
Sure, I'll take that under advisement and we'll just see how long it takes for the remainder of her direct.
Fair.
All right, anything else from either of the parties? If not, we'll just get Dr.
I did want to mention that Dr. Kosinko will be watching live stream of the expert testimony, which I believe was discussed, that there's an exception to the exclusion rule for experts. She has not tuned in yet, but I wanted to make a record before she does.
I would say any of the experts can watch the other experts, and if you want to do it by live stream, that's fine.
Thank you.
All right, Dr. Kurczewski, if you would please come back up to the witness stand, and once you're there, we'll have the jurors brought out. And you know there's water up there, should you need one?
Yeah.
Want one?
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All rise for the jury.
Thank you, everyone. Please be seated. Attorney Nicolai, then you may continue with your direct examination.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, is the mic's on? Should be. Great, got it. Good afternoon, Dr. Bedritsky. You acknowledge you're still under oath to tell the truth today?
I do.
Okay. Before we dive further into some of the medical records and toxicology, I want to ask you a few questions about something pretty specific, and I'm going to ask my helper, Ms. DeValcanier, to show you Exhibit 20, just the witness, please. And I want to ask if that's something you recognize. Acknowledging in this case, you've already told the jury that kind of your eyes and ears helpers gather info for you, right?
Yes.
Okay. So, do you see Exhibit 20 before you?
Yes.
Okay. Is that something that you recognize having reviewed?
Yes.
Does it look like a fair and accurate copy of the photo you reviewed?
Yes.
I'd move 20 into evidence, ask for permission to publish.
Objection. 20 is received if it had not been earlier, and permission to publish is granted.
We're just gonna wait till it gets up on the screens. Great. Dr. B, this is the exhibit 20 that you just saw on the screen before you.
Yes.
And actually, this is already in evidence, but what is the jury looking at in exhibit 20?
This is the hand of Lynn Hernan. It shows jewelry. It shows her long painted nails and a small injury on the back of her hand.
Okay. Is it important for the medical examiner's office to create a record of valuables that a decedent might be wearing?
Absolutely,
Why?
because we could be accused of taking them.
Okay. Next, I'd like to just show the witness exhibit 46. And doctor, do you see exhibit 46 before you?
Yes,
Do you recognize that?
yes,
Did you take that?
no.
Who took it?
One of the pathology assistants during the course of the autopsy.
Okay. Have you seen that photo before?
Yes.
I'd move exhibit 46 into evidence, ask for permission to publish.
No objection.
Exhibit 46 is received, permission to publish is granted.
Dr. Bedrinsky, what is the jury looking at in exhibit 46?
This is a photo of all the jewelry as well as the glasses that were removed from the body of Lynn Hernan at the time of autopsy.
In terms of the middle bracelet, does that appear to be the same one shown in exhibit 20 of the photo of Ms. Hernan's hand?
It does.
Okay. Next, I'd like to please just show the witness exhibits 38 and then 39. I'm just gonna ask if you recognize these things, doctor. Fair to say exhibit 39 is actually 2 pages,
Yes.
and exhibit 38 is just 1 page?
Yes.
Do you recognize those things?
Yes.
What is exhibit 38, please?
38 is a certification by myself that the photographs on a CD are actually from the case of Lynn Hernan, that they're true copies.
Does this document also speak to the records that would have come from your office in this case?
Yes, I see that. It's the records and the photographs, yes.
Okay. As the administrator of your office, is part of your duty to respond to record requests and things like that?
It is. I'm named the record custodian.
Okay. So have you created certifications of records many, many times before?
Yes, I have.
Okay. Fair to say this is the one for this case.
True.
What about exhibit 39? Do you recognize that?
Yes.
Is that part of the record for this case in your file?
Yes.
Okay. I'd move exhibits 38 and 39 into evidence, ask for permission to publish, starting at 38.
No objection.
Exhibits 38 and 39 are received, permission to publish granted.
And if we scroll to the bottom of this page, Doctor, can we see that number 38 exhibit sticker?
Yes.
Okay, and if we scroll back up, essentially this is you certifying the records you gave over in this case, right?
That's correct.
Okay, now I'd like to publish exhibit 39, starting with page 1, and then scrolling to page 2, please. Doctor, you testified that this is a record in your file for this case.
Yes.
What kind of a record is this?
This is property or evidence receipt.
What does that mean?
That means that when there is a transfer of property from the decedent to another person, everything that was transferred is listed, and then on the bottom it says who it's released by, who it's released to, and the date.
Do you know a Catherine Doherty?
Yes.
Who's that?
She's a deputy medical examiner in my office.
Okay. In terms of the items listed on the left, would you agree it appears to be jewelry items?
Yes.
Okay. And then on the top, again, the decedent's name is shown, right?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. That's all I have in terms of those exhibits. Now, Dr. Bedritsky, I'd like to ask you about the different pieces of the puzzle, so to say, that you reviewed before concluding the cause of death in this case, to be tetrahydrozoline poisoning and the manner being homicide, okay? First, I'd like to start with a discussion of Ms. Hernan's medical records. Did you have access to historical medical records for Ms. Hernan?
Yes.
Where did you get those from?
We received records from 3 providers, from Advanced Pain Management, from Aurora, and from Pro Healthcare.
Did you ask for those?
Yes.
Why?
It's important to know in any case, I mean, these were asked for before any lab tests came back, so I would understand her general health and historical information about her health.
Were the records voluminous?
Well, not as many as some, but they were a lot of pages.
Okay. Did you actually create kind of a summary of those records that was helpful to you in your analysis of this case?
Yes.
Okay, I'd like to show just the witness, please. The multi-page exhibit in 210.
210?
Yes.
Thank you.
And doctor, is that actually a 13-page exhibit?
Yes.
Do you recognize it?
Yes.
What is it?
This is a summary in order of time, not by provider, of the healthcare contacts that Lynn Hernan had. So I took the records and I went chronologically from the earliest record to the latest record, indicating which healthcare provider she saw, what was the main reason, what were some of the features of the history and physical, and findings and plan.
Is that a fair and accurate copy of the summary you made in this case?
Yes.
I'd move exhibit 210 into evidence, ask for permission to publish.
No objection.
Thank you. Exhibit 210 is received. Permission to publish is granted.
And Ms. DeValcanier, if we could please start with page 1 of exhibit 210. Dr. Bedritsky, did you actually put the exhibit you created on some corkboard in this case?
I did.
Why did you do that?
Because it's important, I thought, to show the sequence of events in its totality, isolating page by page. It gave me a problem seeing patterns and sequence and what was repetitious and, you know, how things happen. So I thought it would be better to put it in a as much of a longitudinal form as I could and still be readable.
Are these 2 corkboards the exhibits that you just described putting together?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm gonna put the first part of exhibit 210 on the easel.
Could I please see it?
It's exhibit 210.
Or the same thing that's on here?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. And as we go through this, doctor, I'm also gonna have Ms. DeValcanier blow it up for the jury, page by page, but I think it is helpful to have it in chronological order as you put it together. So as the jury is looking at the screen in front of them, page 1 of exhibit 210, could you identify where that is on the corkboard I just put up?
Yes. I can get up?
Yes.
Okay. We're starting here, going down, and then coming back here.
Okay.
And can you just make a record of what side of the board she referenced when she said starting here?
So page 1 would then be at the top left corner of the corkboard?
Yes, as you're looking at it.
And as we continue to discuss these records, you indicated that we're gonna be moving down from that page?
Correct.
And then down the right side of the exhibit?
Correct.
Okay, and there's actually a third piece of corkboard to finish the exhibit?
Yes.
Okay,
Attorney Nicolai, are there 2 columns on that corkboard?
yes.
All right, thank you. So that'll help clarify for the record what that is referencing. Thank you.
So, could you please explain to the jury what each column is and why it's important?
Yes. So the first column is the provider, and I think there might be a key at the bottom, but PHC stands for Pro Healthcare, A stands for Aurora, and APM is Advanced Pain Management. So those are the 3 provider records. Should I continue, or?
Please stay on page 1.
Okay.
And then the next column?
The next column is the date of service that she went to see the healthcare provider.
And the next?
The next is the reason that was indicated at the first part of the record. So, you know, if the medical assistant indicated why the patient was there, you know, that's what I put there.
And then in the middle column, what does the jury see here?
When the healthcare provider, as you know, when you go to the doctor, they say, have you ever had headaches? Have you ever had an earache? Do you have a sore throat? Do you have chest pain? It's called a review of symptoms. So when the doctors were doing a review of symptoms, or when they asked the patient for their input of what their complaint was, that's the kind of information I put there.
Okay. And what about the next column, exam by healthcare provider?
The next area is when the healthcare provider was doing the physical exam, you know, listening to the heart, listening to the lungs, palpating the abdomen, or observing the mood or affect of the patient, and that was in the exam part of the record. That's where I put that information.
And could you just say again how that differs from the column before it?
Well, when a physician is talking to you in the office, and there can be some overlap, but they're supposed to start out, and they generally start out like, why are you here, and how are you feeling? And I'm going to ask you about everything, even though you came in for a stomach ache. I'm going to ask you about a headache, and I'm going to ask you about chest pain, just to make sure that I have the full picture. And then the next part is they move into the exam, and they start listening to you, and, you know, doing your reflexes and palpating your neck and all those kind of things. That's more physical exam. Of course, they're still talking to you, so they might get more additional feedback, but it's primarily the history at the front end, then the examination.
Thank you. Doctor, and what have you noted in the final column?
What I would consider the findings or plan, and again, it's not 100% isolated, because the doctor, after the physical exam part, might say assessment, might say plan, might say recommendations, might say adding a medicine, taking away a medicine. So those are the kind of things that I put in that column.
Okay. The date in the first row is December 29th of 14, is that right?
Yes.
Does that mean that's the first time Ms. Hernan ever went to the doctor?
No.
Okay, what does that mean?
That means that's the earliest record in the Pro Health Care records that I received.
Okay. When you compiled Exhibit 210, did you put it in chronological order regardless of provider?
Yes.
Okay, so would it be fair to say then that is the first record in time that you had?
That's correct.
Okay. In terms of page 1, the first Aurora entry from 2017, it says ROS negative. What does that mean?
That means that the doctor might have used that exact terms, and I tried to be as close to what the record said itself. So ROS stands for Review of Symptoms, and the shorthand for a doctor after asking you a lot of questions might be Review of Symptoms negative. In other words, there were no complaints that they had. And if they indicated that they covered in their questions the cardiovascular system, which is CV, the gastrointestinal system, the neurologic system, and the psychiatric system, then that's what was covered and deemed to be negative.
Okay. In terms of the symptoms and issues being addressed just on this page 1, is there a common theme or issue that it appears Ms. Hernan was having?
I don't even think I have all of page 1 on my screen.
Oh.
Okay, that's all of page 1, okay. Well, of these 5 encounters, let's see, 2 had to do with her GI system.
In terms of the column to the farthest right, some of those boxes have medication names in it, is that right?
Yes.
What does that mean?
Well, it was any change in her standard medications. I didn't write down when she was seen, she said, these are my standard medications, and I didn't repeat that. But when there was a change or a comment that the doctor, because of a decision point they had in their head, that's when I indicated it. So Lynn Hernan, for example, on the third entry, was on alprazolam, and the decision of this doctor was to continue the alprazolam, but discontinue the hydrocodone. So she specifically indicated that I'm going to continue on this drug, but discontinue that drug, leaving other things in place, and also start desipramine.
What is that?
It's can be used for pain, or it can be used as antidepressant. It's a tricyclic.
So as the jury looks at page 1, is it fair to say those are not all of the prescription medications that were prescribed to this patient?
That's true.
Okay. Anything else on page 1 that is significant to you that you want to share with the jury?
Well, what I was really paying a lot of attention to in reviewing her records were her GI symptoms, because as you go through time, her GI symptoms were a recurring theme, if you will. So I paid attention when she had them and when she didn't have them to see how consistent they were. So, for example, at the bottom entry here, I said negative nausea and vomiting because that was a condition she had before, but it was not provided in the history to Dr. Keim. I also paid attention to the number of times she was started and discontinued on medications, because another pattern I saw was that in terms of trying to achieve pain control for her back pain, she had chronic back pain, there was a lot of trial and error with medications. She tried a lot of things that didn't work, and she was taken off them. And I thought it was interesting because a lot of patients, they are tried a drug, and it's not just discontinued, it's merely added to. So you end up with a patient that might have 5 things to address pain, but none of them are removed. But here it seemed that every time they tried a new one, the old one was discontinued.
Thank you. Moving to page 2 of Exhibit 210. Could you please indicate to the jury, doctor, what month and year we're looking at here?
We're looking at June of 2017 and July of 2017.
It looks like throughout these records, you're also noting a weight in some of them.
Yes.
Is that Ms. Hernan's weight at the time of the visit?
Yes,
Okay.
I began noting that because a lot of the historical information would be about large amounts of weight being gained or lost. So I thought I really wanted to keep track of what the actual numbers were.
In terms of the material that you've included on this page, it looks like there was some assessment regarding depression on the second row. Is that true?
Yes.
And what did you note about that?
That specifically in the psychiatric questioning, the doctor indicated there was no evidence of depression, but there was evidence of anxiety, insomnia, and fatigue, as well as alcohol use.
Okay. If during your review of all of these medical records, could we please have that on the screen?
It just went up.
Oh. Sorry. If during your review of these medical records and during your creation of Exhibit 210, if any record would have noted the term suicidal ideation, would you have noted that?
Yes, I was certainly looking specifically for indications of suicidality, since that was in the differential for manner of death.
What does the term suicidal ideation mean?
It means that a patient says that I have thought about killing myself, and it could be just that statement, or it could be I thought about killing myself by jumping off a bridge, getting more specific.
In terms of the first 2 pages that the jury's already looked at, did you note that in either of those pages?
No, because it didn't exist in the
Okay.
record.
We're back up. If we can please go to page 3.
Can I say something else
Yeah,
about page
sorry.
2?
I didn't ask you, but-
Yeah, that's okay. So, this is the first, the bottom row is the first time she saw advanced pain management, and they did a functional assessment of how impaired she was because of her back pain. And that's the Owestry score. So, 0 is good and 50 is bad. So on this Owestry score questionnaire that they provided, they said that she has moderate functional impairment. And I bring that to your attention because later they're going to do another Owestry score and it's going to be different. So there's a test like at the onset and a test at the end.
Excuse me, Your Honor, may I know what page we're referring to now? I don't see that.
Page 2,
Yes. And it's the
first box, or first column, it says APM, date of visit 7/10/17.
That's one you gave me. Yeah, I would like a sidebar.
If it's gonna involve that computer, I need to see it, so I'm gonna have to excuse the jury. Yeah.
It's not gonna involve my computer.
I wanna look at it.
Okay.
All right, we'll excuse the jury, please.
All rise for the jury.
Just so you know what's on your seats, please.
Can I see what you have? This is page 2. They're not. You can be seated. I'm looking at what's on the flash drive as 210, and it's not what is the paper copy of 210 in my hand.
Same for me, Judge. It's not matching this exhibit that I was told is 210.
This is blown up because Dr. Bedrizzi wanted the text larger and it's easier to see. It's the same content as what's on the board and what's in the exhibits. It's just bigger font.
Oh, yeah, it's all.
I see. So, for
And
example.
there's gonna be a few like this. That's our.
So, for example, 210 in a flash drive is 6 pages. The exhibit I'm holding if I counted right, is 9 pages. But I can see visually that on page 1 of 210, and I have the exact same thing that's on the screen, there are 6 columns, whereas I think there's 8. So the information is the same, and as Attorney Nicolai indicated,
The number of columns shouldn't be different.
I mean rows, thank
Okay.
you. Columns is the same, I meant rows, the
Okay.
horizontal, sorry about that.
Sure, so more fit on the smaller version of this than the blown up version.
Correct.
Per page, right,
That's why
right.
210
paper copy. Do you have the cork, you know, the, up in the boxes up here, 210, that should the jury ask for it later, would it be in your box? Why don't you show that to Attorney Kukler? I believe you will see it is the exact same information as indicated. The font's bigger, and so it affects the page numbers. I'll let you confirm that, and then I believe we should be in a position to continue.
This is the same version that you got.
Should be 9 pages, I believe.
Correct.
So as we go forward, if there is a change from what's been turned over, then please provide them either with an email it to them or provide them with a paper copy. For now, I'm just gonna let her use the copy that we set aside for future use should the jury ask for it during deliberation, so we can continue. Do you have it on the flash drive?
Probably, I haven't been able to take that one over to have it scanned yet.
No, well, that's the state's responsibility. All right, just, I'll give you a minute, you can confirm, but I believe we are.
It looks like it.
All right. Go ahead, we'll bring the jury back out.
Well, it'll be the same issue with 211. I don't know if you want to address that right now or.
Then pull out 211 from the box so she has it, so we don't have these delays, and then we'll replace those later. How's that?
Thank you.
Is this the only one where that will be a difference?
Correct. 210 and 211 were just blown out bigger.
Okay.
All rise for the jury.
Thank you, everyone. Please be seated. Attorney Nicolai, you may continue.
Thank you. Looking back to page 2 of exhibit.
Hold on one second. For the record, the objection's overruled. Yeah.
So, Dr. Bedritsky, when we broke, I think that you were talking about the OESTRI score on page 2, is that right?
Yes.
Okay, could you just, on your screen, circle that word?
Sure.
Okay. So when you were talking about the assessment in terms of the pain, that's the piece that you were discussing?
Well, the assessment was to determine what degree of functional impairment the pain was causing.
Okay. And if we could please clear the screen and move to page 3. Dr. Bedritsky, are we now moving forward in time?
Yes.
Okay. What are the months and year associated with this page?
These are visits from August and September of 2017,
And remind the jury when the autopsy was conducted?
in October of 2018.
Okay. In terms of the information that you collected on this page, what was the significance of it, please, if you can explain it to the jury?
Well, she saw a direct the attention to who the specific healthcare provider was in the different places. But the provider, Sarah McGrath, said that she still had back pain, and she had was having muscle spasms and they had an MRI which showed that she had some arthritis at L3-4. They also said, let's start tizanidine. The Owestry score is slightly better. It's 31 instead of 50. As a result of this pain, she then received a facet injection in her lumbar spine, and a sacroiliac injection was scheduled. And if you skip down to the bottom 1 APM, it says then she received the SI injection and there was slight pain improvement. I notice as I'm looking at this that the A here should be APM. Dr. Young is working with the advanced pain management, and I have it correct on the sacroiliac joint injection, but that provider should be APM because those were all handled by advanced pain management for her back pain.
Okay. In terms of Dr. Sama, she's with Aurora, is that true?
That's true.
Okay.
So she has regular follow-ups with this physician every 30 days because she's getting refills of her medication, and it says here, follow-up for anxiety and medication refill. So she sees her on a very regular basis. And now Lynn is complaining of GI problems, but has not followed up with a GI specialist.
Thank you, doctor. Moving to page 4 of this exhibit. What months and years are we looking at?
Now we're still in September and October of 2017.
And these entries are the decedent seeing a different doctor at the same pain management location?
Well, her regular healthcare provider at pain management is a advanced practitioner, nurse practitioner, advanced practice nurse practitioner McGrath. She sees her on the regular monthly basis. When she needs a procedure, the injection, she sees Dr. Young.
Okay.
So she's been seeing, I think all the other records are associated with the nurse practitioner McGrath.
Is it fair to say that it appears Ms. Hernan was still reporting issues with pain?
Yes, she's still having back pain. The pain is worse with driving. She did get some relief temporarily from the injections. They are trying 2 new pain medications, tizanidine and Butrans, and she was assessed for opioid abuse risk potential using opioid risk tool.
Are you familiar with that tool?
No, I don't use it. I mean, I know there are different assessment tools, like the Owestry is an assessment tool. There's an assessment tool for alcoholism. There's one for opiate. They're clinical tools used in clinical practice.
And ultimately on that ORT score, what did that visit reveal?
The opioid risk assessment revealed a low risk for opioid use problems.
In terms of all the records that we've gone through, again, I'm going to ask you, did you see any record of suicidal ideation, severe depression?
No, and I indicated that there were pertinent negatives, like she was asked about depression and anxiety, and they were negative on both these visits.
And you said it appeared she was consistently going to the doctor at least once a month.
Yes, in this period of time, yes.
Okay. Going to page 5, please. And we made this one a little bit smaller, Doctor. Are all the rows now visible on
Yes.
page 5?
Yeah.
Okay. It looks like we're still in the year 2017, late fall, early winter. Is that true?
Yes, November and December of 2017.
Okay. Now, it looks like there's a history provided at the top of mouth burns. Do you see that?
Yes.
Why did you note that?
It seemed to be possibly medication related. So she had a new symptom. She also says that due to the pain in her mouth, she's reducing her intake to soup.
Okay.
And that led to some weight loss, and you can see that her weight's 192 on that visit.
Okay. It looks like there was depression reported at this visit, is that true?
Well, it's interesting because in the review of symptoms, it was not indicated, but when the doctor examined her, the doctor did indicate it. So when she said, "Are you depressed?" apparently the patient said no, but after doing the exam and the doctor indicated that she was depressed and offered a referral to a therapist, and she refused.
It looks like there's a a medication change in that visit as well. Could you explain that to the jury?
Yes. Dr. Same decided that there was a risk of prescribing a benzodiazepine, which alprazolam is, as well as hydrocodone. So she was prescribing both those drugs to Lynn, and she said, "You have to really decide because I don't want to give them both to you anymore." And Lynn said, "I'm going to give up the hydrocodone, the pain pill, the opioid, and I want to stay on the alprazolam because that helps me."
Did the records indicate to you how it was helpful?
She used it for sleep. She took it every night for sleep.
In terms of moving down this page, it looks like there was a tinnitus complaint, is that true?
Yes, she had ringing in her ears.
And then it actually looks like there's 2 visits for that, is that correct?
Well, she saw the physician who ordered the audiogram, and then the next visit was the audiogram done by the audiologist.
Okay. And then finally on the bottom, in early December of 2017, there's another pain-related visit, is that true?
Right, it's her visit to advanced pain management for management of her back pain.
In terms of your testimony from the top of this page that Ms. Hernan reported eating soup because of mouth sores, through your review of these subsequent records, did that remain a consistent problem, or do you know?
It seemed to go away or get better.
In terms of how you characterized a common theme being a GI trouble,
Yes.
in terms of page 5, is there anything to reflect that during this time period?
Not specifically GI complaints. I mean, clearly, the mouth is part of the GI system. She had that problem, but there's no complaints of nausea, vomiting, diarrhea, constipation, or abdominal pain. Oh, I'm sorry. There's no complaints of diarrhea, heartburn, or incontinence. There is abdominal pain, nausea, and vomiting. So it's some yes, some no.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
It looks like right where you put that arrow, there's also a report of dry eyes. Was that something that you noticed throughout these records?
She did not complain of it consistently, but she was consistently using lubricant eye drops.
Okay. Going to page 6, please. If we could please clear the screen. And here we're in December of 17 and January of 18, is that true? And February of 18?
Correct.
Okay. It looks like there's more information about vision there at the top. What is that record?
She went for an eye exam in which they assessed her general eye health, and she was found to have cataracts. She did not want new glasses. The doctor did explain some remedy for her dry eyes, including using artificial tears, Walgreens brand, which is what she did. He also recommended some other things like, using warm compresses and so forth. So it was like more of a comprehensive exam for all visual problems. So she did decline Restasis, which is a specific medication for dry eyes, and says, "I'm just going to continue using my artificial tears."
Okay. Could you circle that Restasis term on this page, please? And what is that?
It's a prescription medication for dry eyes.
Okay. So at this visit, she was offered that, you said, and she declined it?
Right.
Okay. If we could please clear that. Going down, it appears there's another couple pain entries, true?
One for back pain at Advanced Pain Management, and the other, she went to urgent care for abdominal pain.
Okay. Is that kind of the GI symptom again?
Yes, she had nausea, gas, abdominal pain, and she also complained of welts on her legs, which I don't recall that was specifically addressed by this visit. That recommended GI remedies such as a clear liquid diet, Maalox, avoid caffeine and alcohol, and she was given a diagnosis of gastritis.
What is that?
Inflammation of the stomach, irritation of the stomach.
In terms of the records that we've gone through so far, it doesn't appear that Ms. Hernan was being treated for a serious disease. Would you agree with that?
Not a life-threatening disease, but I don't want to mischaracterize chronic pain in her back and chronic GI complaints as not serious, because they can be very serious to a function of a person, but she was not diagnosed with a life-threatening disease in terms of cancer or serious heart disease, something of that nature.
Okay. Did it appear that there were any major systems of the body shutting down over time?
No.
Okay. Anything else on page 6 that you'd like to point out for the jury, doctor?
Well, she did gain weight. She's from the previous under 200-pound weight. She's 225 pounds. She actually stopped the cyclobenzaprine that she was prescribed, another trial for pain, because of the weight gain, and was to start something called metoxalone.
Okay. Moving to page 7. Fair to say all these entries are February of 2018?
That's true.
Okay. It looks like there's a new pain issue on here. Is that true?
Well, it's she saw Dr. Keim earlier in looking at these records for a foot injection, so this is her second visit to a podiatrist because she had plantar fasciitis.
Okay. The weights are also continually listed on this page. Is that true?
Yes.
Okay. Now, in some of the records, did you find that there were some specific reports regarding what Ms. Hernan was consuming, eating?
Yes.
Did you include some of that on this page?
Yes, because at one point she said, I can only eat soup. So, and then if she tells the doctor, she said, I have abdominal pain. She said, I've eaten bologna for 4 nights in a row. Maybe that has something to do with my abdominal pain. This is her own statement about linking her symptoms to her diet.
In terms of the history reported on page 7, any indication of severe depression, suicidal ideation?
No, actually, Dr. Sama on 2/7 said that she was cheerful.
At the very bottom on the right, it says start baclofen times 2 weeks. Why did you put that in there?
Well, it's again showing that we tried cyclobenzaprine, we took it off. We tried desipramine, we took it off. We tried Butrans, we took it off. Now we're tried metaxalone. Insurance didn't cover, so we're taking that away. So now we're trying baclofen. So as I said from the beginning, there were multiple trials to manage her pain, trying different medications.
Okay. Moving to page 8. It looks like this time frame is between March and July of 2018, is that correct?
Yes.
In terms of these records, doctor, could you explain to the jury some of the significant points that you've added for them to see today?
Well, she changed her primary care doctor from Dr. Sama to Dr. Abdulal because Dr. Sama says that your urine drug screen was positive for something I didn't prescribe you, so I'm discharging you from my service. And so now she's seeing a new doctor. So on 3/7/18, her reason to go to the doctor was to establish care with this doctor. He didn't change any of her treatment. He does note she has a history of depression, but not that she has depression at this visit.
Okay. In terms of that urine screen,
Yes.
what can you tell, what significance does that have to you in your determination?
There's very little information other than what I put in there. So when people are in advanced pain management clinics, typically they do urine screens because they don't want to be issuing medications and not knowing what the patient may be taking besides that, because that could be dangerous. So on this urine screen, they found, I believe it was temazepam, which is a different benzodiazepine than she was prescribed, which was alprazolam, and that's really all I know. I mean, I don't know the nature of the screen. I don't know if it was confirmed. I don't know if they asked her what this means, or did she take something. It just says, you have a screen that's not consistent with what I'm giving you.
Okay. If you were going to rely on a screen like that, would you have it confirmed?
In my practice, I have to. I mean, I don't issue any conclusions based on a toxicology presumptive positive.
Okay. It looks like at the end of this page, there's a visit with Dr. Chan.
Yes. No, I'm sorry, it's not a visit with Dr. Chan. When she was admitted to the hospital, Dr. Chan admitted her, and he was able to see in his records that she went to a provider, or she told him she went to a provider on 7/8 of 18 for cough and pleuritic chest pain. So I don't have a record of that visit.
Object to speculation as to what she told him.
Sustained.
So I'm going to back up a second and make sure that I'm understanding. So in the history by healthcare provider for the last row, what does that say?
It says that Dr. Chan recorded a visit for cough and pleuritic chest pain on that date.
Okay. On what date?
He recorded it. He recorded that there was a visit on 7/8/18.
Okay. But you didn't get to look at any record from July 8th of 18.
Object to leading.
Did you get to look at a record from July 8th of 18?
I did not have a record from 7/8 of 18.
Okay. So why did you include this in your summary?
The importance of this is that she was put on a Z-Pak for bronchitis, and antibiotic administration is a risk factor for the eventual Clostridia difficile infection that she had. So the question and what Dr. Chan was looking for was, if you have...
Speculation as to what Dr. Chen was looking for.
Lay a little bit more foundation. Obviously, she's a medical examiner and a medical doctor, and I believe she may be able to render an opinion.
So let's back up a little bit. Did you look at a record that Dr. Chan wrote on September 15th of 2018?
I did.
And you just told the jury that in that record, this July event is noted. Is that true?
That's true.
Okay. Did you review the entire hospitalization records for that hospitalization for Ms. Hernan that began on 9/15 of 18?
All the records that I was provided, I reviewed.
Okay. When you review records, do they include comments from different providers and hospital personnel that see a patient?
Yes.
Does it often include themes throughout the records about issues that are occurring or ways to solve issues?
Yes.
Diagnostically, in your opinion, did it appear significant to Dr. Chan that there was an antibiotic recently involved?
Yes.
Is that significant to you if someone's having abdominal issues at this age?
Yes.
Why?
Because antibiotics of any kind can cause GI issues. We probably all know that. And in the elderly, especially, and with certain strong antibiotics, it basically clears your normal flora, and then a pathogen such as C. difficile takes hold and can cause really bad symptoms.
Is C. difficile a bacteria?
It is a bacteria.
Okay. If a doctor was trying to help a patient with those GI issues, would they want to know about antibiotic use?
Yes.
And did it appear that Dr. Chan wanted to know about that?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Let's move to page 9, please. There's just 2 rows on this page, doctor, and they both appear to be July of 2018. Is that true?
Yes.
Okay. What is the first visit with Dr. Abdallah for?
For nausea, vomiting, and upper abdominal pain, that was an emergency room visit.
Okay. In terms of, it looks like there's additional pain or discomfort information in a different location of Ms. Herman, is that true?
Well, she is complaining of weak legs associated, she's complaining of weak legs at the same time she's complaining of flu-like symptoms for 2 weeks, including vomiting.
Did those records indicate whether Ms. Hernan got any fluids when she was at the ER that day?
Yes, they determined that she needed fluid reconstitution by giving IVs.
If someone went to the doctor severely dehydrated, would that person be given fluids?
Yes.
Okay. The line above the IV fluid entry on the top row,
Yes.
is there actually an error in that line?
Yes.
What is it?
It's she was given. This was a longer term. I'm going to write it. She was given inulin, not insulin. There's no S. Inulin is something you give for constipation because if you take it, it draws water into your bowel. It's like Miralax or something that it will help you go to the bathroom. So she was on inulin and she was on lubiprostone, which is also given for constipation. And I kind of just took note of that because of the later diarrhea problems and the fact that she was a little dehydrated. But it's inulin, not insulin.
Okay. There's some weights noted on this page, true?
Yes,
And what are those?
226.
Okay. Do you know when the ER visit ended?
She was discharged the same day.
Oh, okay. And then on July 30th of 2018, it looks like she saw the same doctor again?
No, different. It's
All right.
A. Abdullah for the ER, and for Aurora, it's A. Abdulal, her new primary care.
Would that primary care visit be consistent with those monthly visits you talked about earlier?
I believe so. I don't remember when the last time she saw him was.
Okay. In terms of what information this doctor got during the exam with Ms. Hernan on July 30th of 18, what did you include there?
Well, that she's still having ringing in her ears or tinnitus, constipation, hip and back pain. She has no complaints of anxiety or depression. And I noted that it was in the record that she was taking diphenhydramine, and it was in the record that she was allergic to diphenhydramine. So I really wasn't sure what to make of that.
Okay. What about the next column?
The doctor says that really you look like a well female. He didn't make a diagnosis of any pathology. And he also performed a depression screening tool, which is called the PHQ-9, which was 0. And in that scale, that goes from 0 to 27. Anything less than 5 is an absence of a depressive disorder.
Okay. Going to page 10, please. Now, at this stage, what medical attention was Ms. Hernan receiving?
Well, she,
On September 15th of 2018, was there a significant event for Ms. Hernan in terms of her medical history?
yes,
Here on our screen went dark.
Yep, I know. Everyone's dead. Check your cables. I know you probably didn't move anything, but. I know I have the ability to refresh F5. Maybe if you do that, that helps. When all else fails.
I won't make you reboot yet.
Nonetheless, Doctor, even without the exhibit up, can you please answer my question regarding the significant event on September 15th of 2018?
Yes, Lynn Hernan was admitted to the hospital. She stayed for 13 days. She had very bad watery diarrhea. She was weak. She had abdominal pain, and she was in the hospital for a long time.
Were you able to review all the medical records for that visit?
Oh, the records that I reviewed them all, yes.
Okay. And which hospital did Ms. Hernan go to?
Pro Health.
Okay. Could you please describe to the jury, give them an overview of the issue and how it was addressed during her hospital stay?
She was quite sick when she came in. They initially even gave her a diagnosis of acute renal failure, but that was reversed with hydration. So they called it pre-renal failure, which means that you're so dry that your chemistries aren't normal, and when you rehydrate, things get better. She was weak. She had watery diarrhea. She didn't have diarrhea initially for a while because they wanted a stool specimen to do some tests on, and the nurses reported that it was too hard to capture when she did have a diarrhea. It's like her gut was empty, and then when she did pass stool, it was so watery it got soaked into the pad, so they couldn't collect it. So it took a long time for them to get the test to determine it was C. difficile. She saw multiple specialists while she was in the hospital. She saw an infectious disease specialist. She saw a GI specialist. She saw, let's see, I could look on the board. There were multiple consults that were obtained while she was in the hospital trying to figure out, a renal specialists, what her problems were and how to fix them. They recommended a colonoscopy, which became a point of disagreement with her because she had this colonoscopy at the beginning of the medical record journey that we took in 2015, and the results of that colonoscopy was that it was a poor prep and she had to be disimpacted. So I imagine it was a very unpleasant experience. So she refused a colonoscopy because that would be a recommended test to find out if you had a problem because you had constant diarrhea. So she was very upset about them wanting to do one, and she kept refusing. That refusal led to a lot of distress on her part. She became very teary, and as a response to that, the medical team asked for a palliative care consult. In the palliative care consult, the reason for the consult was that she was very teary and upset about the colonoscopy. And they evaluated her and said she has no life, I want to get the right words if I can, I put it on the screen.
Page 11, I think we've made it that far. And Doctor, before we keep going, is it true that your corkboard exhibit actually continues on another piece?
Yes.
And does this piece actually include all of the hospitalization
Yes.
records? Okay,
Yes.
so I'm just going to put that.
That board is all the doctors she saw while she was an inpatient in the hospital. So the palliative care nurse practitioner said that Lynn Hernan suffered more of GI issues without other life-limiting illnesses, and we're signing off on seeing her. Let's see the other consults.
Before you continue, I have a few follow-ups on, it's pronounced palliative care?
Palliative care.
What is that?
Well, when people have illnesses that don't seem to be like an immediate cure, I suppose. I mean, I'm not a clinician, so my understanding, I don't give palliative care consults.
Well, then I'm gonna object speculation.
Okay,
Overruled, she may answer.
all right.
Go ahead, Doctor.
It's to help a patient understand coping with how to deal with a long-term illness that might not have, like, here's a pill and it'll be gone, kind of answers. That's my understanding.
And in this case, was that team involved throughout the hospitalization?
No, actually, I recall that this particular practitioner said that she spent 30 minutes with the patient and signed off.
What does that mean?
It means that she's not going to follow up with her any further.
So if the jury heard information that the palliative care team was brought in because Ms. Hernan was dying, would you agree with that statement?
No.
How would you characterize the palliative care records you reviewed?
Well, I tried to quote it in my little handout because I thought it was very interesting that the practitioner said, "I'm here because I was told that I'm supposed to help her with symptoms because she's crying and doesn't want to have a colonoscopy." It struck me that perhaps, well, that's what she said. I won't speculate on what I thought about it, I guess. But that's what the practitioner put in the record, and that's why it's in quotes. And after talking to Lynn, who she said kept talking about the colonoscopy and how frustrated she was about it, and she doesn't want it. So the palliative care consult was kind of a discussion about colonoscopy. The nurse practitioner said, "This is a GI issue, not a life-threatening, not a life-limiting illness." That's her words. "We will sign off."
And this is your copy. Dr. Bedritsky, I'd like to, if we could put the publish down, show just you Exhibit 213 that's been marked by the state. It's a multi-page exhibit, and then we'll come back to the medical records. Is the screen on before you, Doctor?
Yes.
Okay, please, Ms. DeValcanier, if you could please scroll through. Dr. Bedritsky, do you see on this multi-page exhibit that up in the bottom center of each page, there's actually a page number 1 through 6?
Oh, yes.
Have you seen Exhibit 213 before?
Yes.
What is it?
Well, these are some of the medical records from Lynn Hernan's hospitalization.
Okay. Are they specifically relevant to what you've just testified about?
There's a record that's more complete than what I see here.
Okay. Does it appear that the exhibit that you've been shown is missing any pages?
No, this is a different part of the record. So there's a part of the record that is the consult by palliative care. This record are the nurse's notes about what happened. So on this page, this is page 2, a nurse, Mary Neubauer, says that Ann Thompson from palliative care, social worker, met with the patient, and it talks about their interaction. But besides this note by the nurse, there's another note by the palliative care therapist.
In a different portion of the records?
Yes. Mhm.
What do you recall about that note?
That's the note that said, Ann Thompson said, where I took the quote, that there is not a life-limiting illness.
Okay. If we could please go back to page 11 of Exhibit 210.
Do you have a copy of 213 for me, please? I don't believe it's in the box.
No, it's not, Judge. This came up. I don't have a paper copy. I'm not offering that as an exhibit either at this point. If we could please publish the screen, Madam Clerk. Doctor, could you please circle the row that references the palliative care team information? Thank you. You mentioned the term C. diff or C. difficile. What is that?
C stands for Clostridium. Clostridium difficile is an anaerobic bacteria that causes injury to your colon, a colitis, and diarrhea.
Okay. Madam Clerk, if we could please clear the screen, and then Ms. DeValcanier, if we can please go to page 12. Dr. Bedritsky, is this information that is also regarding the hospital stay?
Yes.
Okay. And at the top, there's the word infectious disease. What was that row regarding?
So Dr. Taft was the infectious disease consultant. So she had a doctor following her, a general doctor in the hospital, and then multiple consultants were offering their opinions as to how to help Ms. Hernan. So this infectious disease doctor did an exam, and his history included the things that I have in that column, that her friend says she's an alcoholic but no recent alcohol use. She has infrequent but liquid stools. She's been eating soup for 4 years, 4 years of GI symptoms. She's had a UTI 6 times, and 6 weeks ago took a sulfa antibiotic for a UTI. His exam showed a hydrated, fatigued patient with a distended abdomen and a tender right side. He refers to the CT scan of the abdomen that demonstrated proctocolitis. The patient refused colonoscopy, and even though they didn't have a culture yet at this time on 222 or a stool sample, he recommended that she be treated as if she had Clostridium difficile infection because he thought that was the most likely diagnosis. And that particular antibiotic is different from the antibiotic she was on that they were treating her for presumed other infections. So that was his recommendation.
What is proctocolitis?
Inflammation of your distal colon.
Okay. What is the antibiotic used for C. difficile?
Vancomycin.
Did that begin to be administered to Ms. Hernan in the hospital?
Yes.
After that, did it appear that her symptoms lessened?
Yes.
Okay. The information in the history column for the first entry, it says friend says and then continues on.
Yes.
Did the records indicate who that person was?
I don't recall.
Okay. Did in any of the medical records for the hospitalization in September of 2018 include information about people that were there with her in the hospital?
I do recall that there was a mention of Jessy Kurczewski, but I don't recall at what part of the hospitalization.
Okay. Moving down to the final row on this page, what is this entry in regards to?
The social worker E. White was part of the behavioral health team, and she came to see if the patient wanted a psychiatric evaluation or consult. And her response to this therapist was that she does not think anxiety or depression is affecting her, and she wanted to go home now that she had a diagnosis. And the conclusion in the findings and plan was she does not want to see a psychiatrist or take any psychiatric medication.
And did Ms. Hernan go home ultimately?
Yes, 9/28.
Okay. Moving to page 13, please. Is this the last entry in the hospitalization records?
Yes, this reflects the discharge summary by Dr. Liu, who discharged her, provided the discharge medication, and his findings are listed that, in his opinion, the hospitalization resulted in the identification of the main problem being proctocolitis, with a positive stool study for Clostridium difficile. 14 days of vancomycin were prescribed. Because she had the dehydration, he recommended discontinuing her diazide. Her drug was diazide, which is a combination of triamterene and hydrochlorothiazide, which are diuretics or what is commonly known as water pills. So she was on a water pill for her high blood pressure, and he said, you had all these days of diarrhea. We should give you a water pill because that's only going to make things worse. So for your high blood pressure, we're going to start nifedipine, also known as Procardia. So he switched her high blood pressure medication upon discharge. And he said we should follow up with you on October 4th of 2018.
Prior to the discharge, was there anything in the record suggesting that a facility would be more appropriate for Ms. Hernan upon release?
It was discussed because I hate to say she's elderly because she's younger than I am, but when older people are bedridden for as long as she was, which is about 2 weeks, you can become very deconditioned. So she came in weak, and she came in dehydrated, and she was in bed for 2 weeks, and they recommended that she go for rehabilitation for strengthening because they felt that she might not be able to cope at home. And the recommendation was either you need to go to a rehab facility so someone can help you, or you need to have somebody 24 hours at your home to help you. And she said, I'd rather go home and have somebody help me there.
Was there any discussion or diagnoses in the medical records you reviewed that Ms. Hernan had any kind of a terminal illness?
No,
Was there any record that suggested Ms. Hernan needed to be moved to or think about hospice care?
no,
In terms of being 2 weeks in bed, when you testified to that, what location was Ms. Hernan in bed for 2 weeks?
in the hospital.
Okay. Again, this is the last page of Exhibit 210, is that right? Is that true, Doctor?
Oh, yes, I'm sorry.
So in terms of Exhibit 210 and the way that you've summarized your review of records in this case, at any point did you see concerns by any provider that Ms. Hernan had suicidal ideations,
No,
severe depression,
no,
a terminal illness?
no,
I did miss one thing I wanted to point out, if we could go back to,
Are you done with 210?
no, if we could please go back to page 8 of Exhibit 210. Dr. Bedrisky, I'd like you to note the weight at the May 2nd, 2018 visit, please.
238 pounds.
So if the jury has seen photos of a driver's license obtained in June of 2018 and the weight reported was 150, is that consistent with the medical records in this case?
No,
In fact, it's quite different, right?
yes,
Okay. When you reviewed all the medical records in this case, going back the amount of years that you had them, were there indications that Ms. Hernan couldn't walk or move on her own, ever?
not at all.
Okay. During your review of the medical records, I'm finished with 210, thank you.
May I say something?
Oh, go
That
ahead.
might answer the question you just asked me, because right on here, I said the OSTRI score was important. The OSTRI score is now 4, from 35 to 4. That's really a big improvement. So it basically says she has no functional impairment on 3/14/18.
And the higher OSTRI score was earlier in time, is that true?
Yes,
Okay, thank you for pointing that out. In terms of your review of the medical records in this case, did you see occasions where Ms. Hernan would complain about medication difficulty or symptoms from medication she didn't like?
Well, she discontinued a lot of the medications for various reasons. Right on the last thing we looked at, it says she discontinued baclofen for a rash. She discontinued Butrans after 6 days because it didn't work. She discontinued cyclobenzaprine because of weight gain. So, you know, she discontinued medications for various reasons, but
Did the records that you reviewed indicate that Ms. Hernan was sharing these problems with doctors causing the discontinuation of meds?
yes.
Okay. In all of your review of all these medical records, did you ever see a record of Ms. Hernan telling any medical provider that she couldn't swallow pills?
No,
What about telling a medical provider that she had to crush pills in order to take them?
no, there's no record of it.
In terms of the times that you've noted and reviewed that medications were discontinued, was there ever an occasion you reviewed that there was a life-threatening reason that a medication was stopped?
There was not an occasion where she experienced a life-threatening reaction, but I won't say that continuing a medication she had some reaction to couldn't become more serious.
Okay. Specifically, let's talk about baclofen. What is that drug for?
It's for muscle spasms.
Okay. At one point, that was discontinued.
Yes.
Do you know why?
She said she had a rash on her abdomen.
Okay. Any other side effects that she didn't like that you recall?
Not that I recall.
Okay. At some point, we looked at the record when there were side effects or a complaint of mouth sores. Is that true?
Yes,
And that coincided with that report of eating soup?
correct.
Okay. Now, Dr. Bedritsky, I'd like to turn to a new topic with you.
While you are going to move on to a new topic, I think this would be a very good time to take an afternoon break. So 15 to 20 minutes or so, you all can walk around. I don't think it's raining. You might even get to go outside back here. So all rise for the jury, please. Go. Take your break. Can you put the screen back up, please? Is 210 still up?
Yes.
All right. So I misspoke a little bit before Attorney Kukler and Attorney Nikolai. I was looking at 210 that was on the flash drive provided to the clerk's office, which, Madam Clerk, you have to confirm, I believe that was perhaps 7 pages. Can you check, please?
You said it was 6 pages initially, and then
So
you had it was 9.
there's 6 pages on the one that was submitted on the flash drive. 210 that I was given a paper copy of, I believe is 9 pages, and then 210 that we've been utilizing with the jury is 13 pages. Now, I went through very carefully. I believe it is due to the font size. It appears to be all the same information. And pursuant to the order that I entered regarding exhibits, it'll be on the responsibility of the parties to look at it to ensure that the information contained is
the same. I know we have some limitations sometimes on exhibits and uploading and file size and all of that. I do think it's important for the record that whatever exhibit we are utilizing with the witness needs to be part of the record, meaning exactly. So the 13 pages of 210 needs to be what is in the record, and the same thing going forward, so we don't have this issue. My apologies, I realized it as we were going through, but I then paid careful attention that all the information's the same. It's literally the rows might change because the font size is bigger. I accept that representation from Attorney Nicolai as an officer of the court. But if we don't have the very same thing for the jurors and they're taking notes on page 5, that's going to cause an issue. So I only have 210 at the moment. You said there might be this issue with 211. So during the break, please look at that. And then please make sure, even though it wasn't offered, we still need to have 213 marked for identification purposes and in the record, okay?
Okay.
Any questions about that?
No, I apologize, Judge. I think that there's been tweaks to exhibits. I know the defense has had these too, and we've discussed trying to work the best we can together to keep everything updated, but it obviously didn't happen with this, and my apologies. We are trying to stay on top of that.
Thank you, I appreciate that. Attorney Kukler, any record you want to make as to that?
No.
All right, anything else then? I don't think we had a sidebar because I ended up excusing the jury, so we're good on that. So we'll take our break starting now, and I'll give you, if I give you 15 minutes, that's a little bit shorter, but I want to make sure you at least get through your direct examination. Do you believe we can do that between 4:30 and 5 today? If not, then we were here late last night, and so if we have to stop at 4:30, we stop at 4:30. If it's 45 minutes and it's 5:15, no big deal, but I just want to prepare the jurors. What's your best estimate at this point?
Honestly, Judge, I don't know that I'm gonna be able to finish direct by 5 o'clock.
All right, then at a good stopping point, close to 4:30 is what I would ask you do, okay?
Okay.
All right. All right, we are on our break then. Be back here in about 15 minutes or so.
exhibit will you be?
the photos that were used to refresh Detective Loberg's recollection.
You got it. That's what that is, 214.
14, okay, thanks.
Do you need a sticker?
We have a Sharpie, just there it is, I got it.
You got it? Okay, otherwise I got one.
Okay, got it.
I'll set over here.
Okay. All right, we'll go back on the record and we'll bring the jury out. Believe it or not, I once had a trial, had many more exhibits. It was a civil case.
Those are complicated, sometimes.
It was. It was all banking records. And a court trial at that, so I had to take exceptionally good notes. You good on exhibits? You don't need anything from me?
All rise for the jury.
What do you mean? I'm trying to figure out what call 215. I don't know. I don't have it on. Wait, that one. Thank you, everyone. Please be seated. Attorney Nikolai, we're done with the chart for now. All right. Tom, you want to do? Never mind. I was going to ask you to grab the chart. Thanks, Jeff. You just hand that to Attorney Nikolai. Thank you. It can be a little tight squeeze over there, so I figure the better we are at clearing that out, we'll be good. All right, go ahead. You may continue with your direct examination of Dr. Bidzricki.
Doctor, before the break, do you recall that we had a discussion about that palliative care visit?
Yes.
And then I showed you medical records that were not published, but you looked at them and you said this isn't really quite the full record.
Correct.
Okay, so I'd like to show you what's now been marked as State's Exhibit 215, and just display to the witness, please. Copy's been provided to counsel and the court. And this is a multi-page exhibit, 6 pages. I'm just going to have Ms. DeValcanier scroll through it. And Dr. Bidzricki, have you seen Exhibit 215 before?
Yes.
What is it?
This is a part of the medical record relating to Lynn Hernan's hospitalization from 9/15 to 9/28 of 2018.
Does it appear to be the full record relevant to the palliative care team?
Yes.
Is it a fair and accurate copy of that record?
Yes.
I'd move Exhibit 215 into evidence and ask permission to publish.
No objection. Exhibit 215 is received and permission to publish is granted.
Dr. Bidzricki, on the screen in front of you, is that page 1 of Exhibit 215?
Yes.
Okay. And who is Ann Thompson?
She's the nurse practitioner affiliated with the palliative care group.
Okay. And if we can scroll down, please. Obviously, Ms. Hernan's name is on this record, right?
Yes.
Okay. Can you please direct the jury, and we can pause here, Mr. Vulcanier, to the pieces of this record that you found significant and included in your Exhibit 210?
Okay. The reason for consult is that the patient has chronic abdominal pain, nausea, vomiting, and diarrhea, unable to eat anything, I think it means resulting in AKA, which is acute kidney injury with CR, abbreviated creatinine to 5, but workup so far, just all negative. She in tears a lot due to pain and looked distressed. Please help with symptom control.
And ultimately, you testified earlier that that palliative care team signed off on Ms. Hernan, right?
Yes, right here. Patient upset and GI involved, and certainly more of a GI issue without any other life-limiting illness for palliative care, and thus will sign off. And then here, follow-up, will sign off as no palliative needs.
Okay. And what is the date, can you tell based on Exhibit 215 the date of this consult? If we scroll up, perhaps.
(9/21/18) at 14:54.
Okay. Thank you. I'm finished with Exhibit 215.
I'm sorry, that's the signing. It's a little earlier where it says date of service, 9/21/13/15. The dates are the time is slightly earlier on date of service versus the co-signer at 14:54.
Okay. But the date is September 21st of 18?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. Now, Dr. Bedritsky, I would like to publish what's already been entered into evidence as State's Exhibit 35. And we looked at this before the lunch break. And this is the toxicology. And I'd like the jury to be able to see the front page of that.
You can publish.
Thank you. And Ms. DeValcanier, if you could please scroll just to the bottom of this first page. And the exhibit number on there, Doctor, is 35, is that right?
Yes.
Okay, so if we could scroll back up to the top of page 1. You already testified that you've seen this before, and remind the jury what this is.
This is the toxicology report. It's a supplemental report. It's actually the 4th report provided by NMS Labs regarding the analysis of the specimens from Lynn Hernan's autopsy.
Okay. Remind the jury where NMS Labs is?
It's in Pennsylvania.
Okay. Does Dr. Sherry Kasinko work for NMS Labs?
Yes.
Okay. In fact, did you talk to her regarding this toxicology report?
I talked to her about one of the toxicology reports. I don't know if it was this one.
Okay. If we scroll to the middle, there's a lot of items listed inside of a box for positive findings. What does that mean?
Different panels or requests were asked for on the specimens that I submitted. And as I said, there were 4 reports, so this is the summary of everything that accumulated. You know, first I asked for this test, then I added this test, then I added this test. So, you know, this is the ultimate result. So this reflects not only their usual screen, which was the first toxicology report, but all additional special tests that I asked for. Because not all the drugs that Ms. Hernan was on were included in the general screen. And as I learned what medications I should be looking for, I added more of those things. There are 3 different specimens that were sent: iliac blood, gastric fluid, and liver tissue. And so the medications and compounds that were analyzed are separated by those tissues. So we have, the first group is iliac blood, the second group is gastric fluid, and the third group is the liver tissue. The results indicate in the units that follow the number what level of that particular item was found in that particular specimen.
Okay. A few questions about what you just said. Throughout the process, do you recall which report from NMS listed tetrahydrozoline on it?
The first one,
Okay. And it's also listed on here, is that true?
yes,
Could you circle that for the jury, please? And what level is reported for the iliac blood for Ms. Hernan?
116 nanograms per ml.
Now, ultimately, did that result cause you to do some research in this case?
Yes,
And in its totality, have you created a summary exhibit that talks specifically about the toxicology in this case?
about the toxicology, or I should say, about information about tetrahydrozoline, because I needed to know more.
Okay. So we're gonna come back to this toxicology piece later on. Right now, though, I wanna talk to you about that research that you undertook. Why did you do that in this case?
This is a substance that I haven't seen in a toxicology report before. I have heard of it in the media. I wanted to look in the medical literature to see what information was known about levels and what it would mean in a person, because it's not supposed to be in the blood. It's not an oral medication, that much I knew. So I did research on it.
Okay. Is that research memorialized in an exhibit?
Yes.
And is that, I'd like to show just the witness, please, exhibit 211. And Doctor, I'll slowly scroll through exhibit 211 so that you can see it's a 3-page document. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
What is it?
Well, this is a chart that I made trying to put data pieces from my research in a table so I could both understand for myself. I mean, before I created this table for court, I did something like this for myself just so I could understand it. Read a paper, look at it and say, how old was the patient? How much did he take? What were the levels? What were the symptoms? To try to understand what tetrahydrozoline does to people. So then I created this table to explain it to the jury.
Okay. Is it a true and accurate copy of the table you created in this case?
Yes.
I move exhibit 211 into evidence, ask for permission to publish.
Any objection?
To be honest, it's just been given 211. I know that the state has.
I don't-
For a sidebar.
Yes, reminder, just, no speaking objections.
Sidebar.
All right, thank you. Then, based upon that, Exhibit 211 is received, permission to publish is granted.
So, Doctor, on the very right side of exhibit what are we at here? 211. If we can scroll down to the bottom of the page so that the jury can see that exhibit sticker, please. Okay. So at the top of page 211, you have the columns labeled again, right?
Yes.
Could you please go through those for the jury?
So I indicated the circumstance in which the ingestion of tetrahydrozoline occurred, then the age of the patient, then the amount ingested if known, then if there was a blood or serum level performed, what that number was, and what hours after ingestion, if known, it was taken, because that would, as time goes on, that might affect what the number would be. If there was a urine level, the hours after ingestion, the urine was analyzed, and what symptoms were documented by the treating healthcare providers. And then finally, what the citation was for the information.
So if you could please run through the first row for the jury explaining what the information in each column means.
Okay, so I divided the circumstance into what would be called malicious administration, which would include an intent to harm, include drug-facilitated sexual assault, which is what DFSA means. So the first was a mother that gave tetrahydrozoline to her 6-year-old son. The amount is unknown. He presented with symptoms of drowsiness, sedation, and muscle weakness to a healthcare provider. The urine level was determined to be 257 and estimated 20 hours after ingestion.
And I apologize, before we go through those, what is the top row that you included in this exhibit?
The top row?
Right, underneath where it
Oh,
says.
Lynn Hernan. Lynn Hernan, being the patient that I'm doing the research about, I put her on the top so that one could look at what her blood level was compared to what the literature shows.
Okay. Now, in this exhibit, Exhibit 211, are all of the entries in here regarding individuals who were deceased?
No,
So some of these ingestions resulted in the person surviving?
most of them.
Okay. Why would that be helpful to you as a pathologist?
It's important to know what a blood level, what symptoms a blood level or a urine, well, it wouldn't be a urine level, but particularly a blood level. So what would be the symptoms if somebody had a toxic ingestion that resulted in certain symptoms? What would those symptoms be? How serious? I mean, if drinking tetrahydrozoline just, I don't know, made my mouth sore versus, put me in the ICU, that would be important to know. What's the toxic potential of this particular substance? So I was interested in finding out what levels have been documented, what symptoms correlate to those levels, and the circumstances of use, because there was also a thought that this is a recreational drug, and I found absolutely no reports and no evidence that tetrahydrozoline is ever used recreationally. So it's sort of like the scope of tetrahydrozoline, what we know about ingestions of tetrahydrozoline.
In terms of the information on this screen, do you know how the patient ingested the tetrahydrozoline in these cases?
Well, it was all oral,
Okay.
except for there's one entry later that was a study where they kept putting eye drops in volunteers, and they wanted to measure if you used a lot of eye drops, what your blood level would be at that time. But every other case would be an oral ingestion.
How is tetrahydrozoline supposed to be used?
It can be eye drops or nasal spray.
Are there different brand names of eye drops and nasal spray that contain tetrahydrozoline?
Yes.
And I'd like to actually, if we could please scroll through this exhibit and go down, I'd like to talk about the entry that you just mentioned regarding the people using them in their eyes. I think it's page 3. So on page 3 that the jury's looking at, can you circle the study that you talked about where it was tetrohydrozoline use in the eyes? Okay.
Yes.
And what can you tell the jury about that study?
Well, there was a lot of data from this study. They took a lot of people there. I mean, if you read the paper, you know, it gives you the age range of the individuals. They put 2 drops in each eye. They did it at 0, 4, 8, and 12 hours. They tested their blood and urine at multiple points. They developed ranges of what the blood levels were for those people at those times. So there was a range, and then there was a mean, and then they studied also their urine. So it's really a ton of data. I mean, there's no way I could put all that data in the chart. So I chose a mean of 13 hours after administration. It's not ingested. I indicated that and for the urine and the blood. And I said if you did 2 drops in every eye at 13 hours, which would be after the 12-hour drops were given, that this would be the blood level mean for the population that they studied, and that would be the urine level mean for the population that they studied.
And what is the blood level mean for these, for this study?
0.209 nanograms per ml, less than 1.
Now, going up to page 1, I'm not going to have you talk about each line of this exhibit, Doctor, but I do want to ask you, if we could clear the screen. Thank you. I do want to ask you if you found patterns in terms of the symptoms that people presented with upon oral ingestion of that substance.
Yes. The main symptoms affect the brain and the heart. So they are symptoms of drowsiness, lethargy, coma, stopping breathing, and then for the heart, low heart rate, low blood pressure, and heart block.
I noticed that on this page, the majority of these entries don't have a blood serum level.
Right.
Did you find that common in the literature of patients that ingested and survived?
Yes.
Why? Do you know why?
Object speculation. These aren't her studies.
Just sustain us to the form of the question. Please rephrase.
When you reviewed the research, did it include information about where and how samples can be tested for tetrahydrozoline?
Sometimes that was addressed, sometimes not.
Okay. Does NMS Labs test for tetrahydrozoline?
Yes.
Okay. Does a hospital?
The hospitals I'm familiar with do not.
Do you know why?
Overruled.
Toxicology testing is extremely expensive. I'm relying on my clinical pathology background where I worked in a hospital lab, trained in a hospital lab. Hospitals don't do a lot of toxicology testing because you need a certain volume of test to make the test worth having on your menu, okay? So most hospitals test for aspirin and they test for alcohol, but they don't test for the wide variety of drugs that we take every day because the instrumentation, the quality control, the samples are just too difficult. So toxicology testing for a lot of drugs other than like the common ones and alcohol that I mentioned are usually addressed by private labs that then pull in from a wider patient base to make it worth having the instrumentation and the quality control. Because for every particular drug, you need a high level and a low level to test the parameters of your test. And every time you run a blood specimen, you have to do the quality control run. So it gets to be very complicated. And like I said, if you don't have the volume to do that, nobody's going to do that kind of testing.
Could that rationale also apply to labs? Toxicology labs, for example?
Yes.
Are you aware of labs that conduct post-mortem toxicology testing that don't test for tetrahydrozoline?
I'm aware of postmortem, laboratories that test postmortem blood that have a more limited panel than NMS, whether it includes tetrahydrozoline or certain other drugs. I can't speak to that, but I know a lot of other laboratories will only do this much testing, and if it's outside of their scope, then they send it to NMS. So NMS is a referral source for even other laboratories because it does such a, it has a wide array of analytes that it can test for.
Okay. Looking back at Exhibit 211, there seems to be a pattern involving someone's consciousness after orally ingesting tetrahydrozoline. Is that true?
Yes.
Could you tell the jury what you found in your research about that?
As I said, it affects the brain. It makes you lethargic, unconscious, even up to comatose. And for that reason, you can see that it is a drug that is used in drug-facilitated sexual assault. It's also referred to as a drug of chemical compliance because it does affect the CNS and make people not remember, be suggestible, lose their judgment, or straight up not be awake.
Okay. In terms of the range of symptoms you saw, would it be fair to say that some were very, very severe?
Yes.
In terms of even being admitted to the ICU?
Object to continuing to bleeding.
Sustained.
Were there any research articles that you reviewed where the patient ended up in the ICU?
Yes.
Are those reflected on Exhibit 211?
Yes.
Okay, if we could please go to page 2. Are some of those studies indicated on this page, Doctor?
Yes.
Why is it important to you in your job to know that that's a possible symptom?
Well, it indicates the severity of the symptoms, especially if you have a blood level associated with it, because if you survive, but you needed to be in an ICU to survive, that's pretty significant. In other words, would you have survived without aggressive medical therapy? I think that's a reasonable question.
Well, this jury was told that tetrahydrozoline can't kill a person earlier this week. Would you agree with that?
Not only don't I agree with that, I think it's an irresponsible statement.
Why?
Because statements that this won't harm you is actually the basis of some of the acts that are recorded.
To the state, the response isn't responsive to.
Overruled. She may continue answering.
Some of the cases that are reflected in this table, people said, I didn't think it would hurt them. I just wanted to make them sick. So the seriousness of the effects of tetrahydrozoline reflected by the symptoms that are documented is not consistent with it being harmless. And I certainly do think it can be fatal, and there is, if not medically reviewed literature, there is legal documentation of its ability to cause death.
In terms of this page where we see symptoms, occasionally you see a downward arrow and then the letters HR. What does that mean?
A decreased heart rate.
Okay. In terms of this page, page 2 of Exhibit 211, were all of these individuals people that survived the ingestion?
Yes.
Okay. Going down, please, to page 3. Doctor, on this page, does the circumstance type change?
The break, sort of after study volunteers, indicate that the next grouping is information gathered from the media, not peer-reviewed medical literature.
There's 2 entries that say suicide attempt. Were those medical articles?
Those were medical articles.
What can you tell the jury about the backgrounds behind those 2?
Both individuals took tetrahydrozoline orally intending to kill themselves. However, either due to discomfort or change of desire to die, they sought medical attention. Both these individuals, by seeking medical attention, ended up in the hospital and actually in the ICU.
In terms of the entries along the bottom, are those peer-reviewed medical articles?
No, the last 4 rows are not peer-reviewed medical articles.
Why did you find it helpful to review those items and include it?
Because I thought that indicated that tetrahydrozoline can be used to poison somebody.
The first entry after the break says homicide, and on the right side it says confession. What in that case was relevant that you included this?
Object.
Overruled.
This case involves a woman who confessed to dosing.
Could I have a sidebar, Judge?
Sure.
The objection is overruled. Go ahead, you may answer.
This case involves a woman who admitted to dosing her husband with tetrahydrozoline and initially told investigators it was a natural death. However, his blood was tested, and it was a coroner's case, and 68 nanograms per ml of tetrahydrozoline was found in his blood. And upon later questioning, the wife, stated, yes, I dosed him with tetrahydrozoline. I just tried to make it look like something else. And due to her confession, she was convicted.
And the blood serum level again for that case was what?
68 nanograms per ml.
What is the iliac blood level for Ms. Hernan in this case?
160 nanograms per ml.
Okay. In terms of the research that you conducted into this substance, did you learn that there are any areas in the world that take precautions that it can't be easily procured?
Can we go to the first page of this exhibit? The book by Kintz, he's French, and the case is a boy that he got ill in France, and the point of his report was that the mother was from the United States and carried the eye drops containing tetrahydrozoline in her purse. And his report included that this drug is not available in France, and they never thought to look for it because it's not available in France. But it's a cautionary tale in terms of the toxicology analysis that people should perform when they see certain symptoms, that they should consider this particular substance. So in France, I learned that it's not allowed.
In terms of the research that you did, and I think that you alluded to this before, but I want to ask you specifically, did you find any information that drinking tetrahydrozoline can cause a euphoric state or a state that people might want to experience?
I found no information in anything I looked at, which includes everything you see, and a number of articles that would be considered teaching tools for the medical profession, not citations of studies, but for example, an ER doctor would say, look for this, don't look for this. So, there's different literature about tetrahydrozoline, and nothing I read and nothing I experienced as a physician who autopsies people who die of recreational drugs has ever showed me that tetrahydrozoline is used recreationally.
Okay. And I'm finished with Exhibit 211, thank you. Dr. Bedritsky, I'd now like to move into the topic of the actual scene where Ms. Hernan was located in this case, okay? Were you able to visit that area?
I did not.
Okay. Would this be one of those cases where your eyes and ears helped you out?
Yes.
Okay. I would like to show you, and this is somewhat graphic, so I apologize in advance, but we are going to go back to exhibits already in evidence, first with 14. Dr. Bedritsky, have you seen that exhibit before?
Yes.
Okay. Has to publish this, please.
Go ahead.
Was this photo significant to you in your analysis of cause and manner of death?
Yes.
Why?
It was not only this photo, but what is shown in this photo that's unusual is shown in other photos, and what is unusual is the sprinkling. Can I use my finger?
Sure.
Yeah. So it's the sprinkling of these particles on her chest. There might be one right here, but it's not in her mouth. So in other words, there was a sprinkling of multicolored pill fragments on her body, in her hair, on her chest, over her shoulders. It literally, the only thing I thought of when I saw this was somebody, held crushed pills and just sprinkled them like confetti. I've never seen that in a case before.
And when you say you've never seen it in a case, that includes 500 deaths a year that your office processes and you doing a portion of those?
Yeah.
And that includes prescription drug suicides, true, right?
True.
Okay. If we can please move to Exhibit 15, and that can be published, it's already in evidence. And Dr. Bedritsky, is this another image of what the jury just looked at?
Yes.
In terms of what we see in Ms. Hernan's mouth, could you circle that for the jury?
Well, there's one pill fragment on the sort of on her lip, outer lip, not inside her mouth, and then her mouth is stained with stained red, and her tongue too.
Based on your expert opinion, does the staining appear like it's blood?
No, it looks like artificial red food coloring, basically.
Okay. Now, were these photos that were taken at Ms. Hernan's residence?
Yes.
Were there more photos taken when Ms. Hernan was brought to the medical examiner's office?
Yes.
And this, if we could please not publish. Doctor, I'd like to show you some exhibits that are not into evidence yet. Starting with Exhibit 40 and going through 45, I'm going to ask Ms. DeValcanier to please flip through each of those. I'd like you to look at them, and then I'll ask you some questions when you're finished. Dr. Bedritsky, do you recognize exhibits 40 through 45?
Yes.
What are they?
They're photos of Lynn Hernan in the autopsy room, and it's showing fragments, multicolored fragments, pill fragments scattered over her body.
Do they look like a fair and accurate copy of the photos taken in this case?
Yes.
Judge, I'd move exhibits 40 through 45 into evidence. I'm not asking to publish yet.
No objection. Exhibits 40 through 45 are all received.
Dr. Bedritsky, is it important to have your staff transport a decedent in very specific ways when they're brought to the medical examiner's office?
Yes.
Why?
For my procedures, I prefer my staff to have control of the body. I don't bring in outsiders to do the transport. My staff is responsible for maintaining the chain of evidence, for bringing in all relevant evidence. They are the ones who place the decedent in the body bag, zip the body bag, and transport it personally to the vehicle in our vehicle. So there's no other people responsible or involved in that chain.
And is that what happened in this case?
Yes.
And could you remind the jury, when you begin the very beginning of the autopsy process, what you personally did in this case?
Yes. So nothing happens to the body until I see it. So I come down to the morgue and then the examination begins. It's not processed, by anybody before I examine the body, so I can direct anything that I want to happen from that point on. So the first thing is looking at the body in the body bag with any adherent or attached evidence, medical devices, the way it was clothed, the decedent was clothed, the way the clothing is arranged. And that's how I'd like to see my first examination.
And is that what you did in this case?
Yes.
Do exhibits 40 through 45 document a part of that process?
Yes.
Okay. I'd like to publish exhibit 40, please.
Go ahead.
Dr. Bedritsky, what is the jury looking at here?
This is the face of Lynn Hernan, again showing pill fragments, and the one we showed before, also pill fragments here.
And I apologize, the jury didn't have that up in their box before you circled
okay.
those, but the circle on top is what?
Pills in her hair,
Okay, and then the one on the bottom?
pills on her neck, pill fragments on her neck.
Moving to exhibit 41,
Hold on,
please.
before you go though. There's also an arrow.
Oh, sorry.
There's a pill fragment we saw in prior two pictures in the corner of her mouth.
Okay, thank you.
Do you need this captured at all? All right, thank you.
Moving to exhibit 41, Doctor, what are we looking at here?
More pill fragments on the neck of Lynn Hernan.
What about exhibit 42? I'm gonna have Ms. DeValken here zoom in to this exhibit a bit and ask you, was this photo taken during the same process you've discussed already?
Yes.
Do you know why?
We always take circumferential pictures of the body, and there might be something that I was attempting to capture, but I must confess, it's very hard to see.
Okay. Going to the next exhibit, exhibit 43. Again, what is this, Doctor?
It's the pill fragment in the corner of her mouth.
Okay. What about exhibit 44?
Multiple pill fragments over her clothing on her chest area.
And then exhibit 45, please.
Additional pill fragments on, this looks like the inside of her top when we undressed her. It sort of may have fallen in to that area from around the body.
Okay. Thank you, I'm done publishing this for now. Dr. Bedritsky, did you collect any of these fragments that the jury just saw?
I did.
Why?
Because it was so unusual. I didn't know what might happen, but you see something unusual, then you collect it.
What did you do with them after you collected them?
They were stored until we were getting some toxicology results back, and then I decided to analyze them to see what those fragments were and how they corresponded to what was in her system and also what she was prescribed.
Did you send them to a lab?
Yes.
What lab?
NMS.
Okay. I'd like to show you, just the witness, please, exhibit 37. Again, a multi-page exhibit, and we're gonna flip through this. I'd like you to look at it and see if you recognize what it is. one for the witness, please?
It's not on the witness, but I'll turn it on now.
Sorry. Dr. Bedritsky, I'm sorry, I should have asked you, if we could zoom out and show the exhibit number on here. Are you now looking at exhibit 37?
Yes,
Okay, and you can tell that it's a 16-page document, is that true?
yes.
So I'm just gonna have Ms. DeValken here go through the pages, please.
Can you go back to one?
Sure. We may need to zoom in a bit. If we can start
Not one, but, okay. The second page. Third page. Okay. These are two documents.
Okay.
I mean, you can see that there are two different parts of NMS. One is criminalistics, one is toxicology. This one is the report issued 8/7. What I'm looking at now is the second document, which is the toxicology report from the biologic specimens. The first 2 pages were the report of the pill fragments. They're not really together. I mean, they're 2 separate reports.
So, and that's our error. I apologize. I'd like you to focus on the first 3 pages of Exhibit 37, please.
Okay. So this page, and I think it's just a 2-page report,
Okay.
is the report, it's labeled Drug Chemistry Final Report. So it's from a different division that does seized evidence versus biologic specimens. And this is the report on the pill fragments that I sent. It indicates that they received a colorless plastic container with multicolored solid material, and the compounds that they identified. Do you want me to read that?
No, I'm just
Okay.
gonna ask you if these 2
Okay.
pages look like a fair and accurate copy
Okay.
of the report that you got back in this case.
Okay. Yes, they do.
Okay. In terms of the remainder of Exhibit 37, are those also records that you received from NMS Lab in this case?
Yes,
Okay, and you've seen those before as well?
yes.
I'd move the entirety of Exhibit 37 into evidence and ask for permission to publish the first 2 pages.
Any objection? No. Exhibit 37 is received. Permission to publish the first 2 pages is granted.
Okay, Dr. Bedritsky, on the bottom right of this exhibit, is the sticker say 37 on there?
Yes.
Okay, so I'd like if Ms. DeValken could zoom in on the top half of this page so that we can read it a little bit easier. Again, this is the same lab that you used for toxicology of biological specimens in this case?
Yes.
And this report is reflecting the results of what?
Of the pill fragments that I removed from the body, the outside of the body of Lynn Hernan at the time of autopsy.
Okay, and if we can scroll down, please. In this section of Exhibit 37, does it show what was received by NMS?
Yes,
Is that consistent with what you sent?
yes.
And ultimately, what were the results and conclusions of that powder material?
They confirmed the identity of acetaminophen, alprazolam, hydrocodone, cyclobenzaprine, and triamterene.
Were the results of this analysis important to you in this investigation and in determining a cause of death?
Not in determining the cause of death, but more in the circumstances around the death.
Were these results used to put a summary together in this case?
Yes.
I'd like to show just the witness, please. State's Exhibit 209. And Dr. Bedritsky, let me know when you can see that before you.
I can.
Okay, and that's a 1-page exhibit, is that true?
Yes.
What is it?
This is a table I prepared that has a lot of information about the compounds that were identified in the blood of Lynn Hernan that were in the toxicology report. So I took the compounds that were found in the toxicology report And then I said, this is what they are in the blood. Did we also find them in the liver? Did we also find them in the gastric? Were they part of the fragments that we found? And were they at the scene, as in a prescription bottle or loose? So I tried to look at those particular compounds and how they were reflected in all these different areas.
Is the screen before you a fair copy of the exhibit you created, 209 in this case?
Yes.
I'd move exhibit 209 into evidence, ask for permission to publish.
No objection. Exhibit 209 is received, permission to publish is granted.
So, Dr. Bedritsky, is this the same exhibit 209 that you just looked at on your screen?
Yes.
Okay, so I'd like to have Ms. DeValcanier zoom in a bit to just get the full chart in there as big as we can, okay? Doctor, it looks like there's, the third column in is kind of bolded, is that true?
Yes.
Why? What is that column for?
I tried to put, I mean, this is just my thinking, that I thought I put the drug that we're talking about in the third column, and that to the left would be the type of drug it is and whether it affected the central nervous system, because a lot of them do. And then to the right, it was, if it was a prescription and over-the-counter drug, and then the blood, liver, gastric fragments, and scene information. I'm sorry I said more than you asked.
That's okay. So, if you could, let's start with the very bottom row.
Yes.
Can you kind of walk through that line for the jury and explain what the importance is of each box?
Okay, so tetrahydrozoline is the name of the compound. It does have a CNS effect, if actually not only if used orally, but if you use too much in your nose or your mouth, you might have some CNS effects. So it's not just orally, but it's not supposed to be taken orally. And so it's not for oral use. It does have a CNS effect. It's over the counter. Her blood level was 160 nanograms per ml. The liver level was 1,300 nanograms per gram. The gastric was 7,100 nanograms per ml. There were no fragments, it's a liquid, so that it wasn't on the body, and it wasn't at the scene. So there was no empty eye drop bottles or full eye drop bottles at the scene anywhere.
Why was it important for you to know whether these compounds have a CNS depressant effect?
Because they can be additive. You know, if you take a couple of, and we talked about that when we looked at the medical records with the concern about alprazolam and hydrocodone, and then if you add a bunch of more things that affect your CNS, that can be additive, which is also reflected in how I sign the death certificate.
Okay. And we'll look at that in more detail as well, but in terms of all of the compounds listed above tetrahydrozoline, where did you get that information from?
What part?
I mean, how did you know what to put in each row?
In terms of whether it had a CNS effect?
No, I'm sorry, in terms of the compounds you listed,
Yeah.
why did you pick those ones?
Those were directly from her toxicology report.
Okay, so that's the exhibit the jury's already seen with a long list?
Yes.
Okay, so in terms of the blood levels on exhibit 209, is that copied directly from the NMS toxicology in this case?
Where they gave therapeutic levels, I used their numbers. In 2 cases, they didn't really say this is the therapeutic level, which is in for hydrocodone and for baclofen. I used another source just to give a sense of where the number lies.
Okay, so let's go through this. I'd like to zoom in on the top piece, please. And the first compound says acetaminophen. I think probably the jurors have heard of that before. What is it?
Tylenol is an
Okay.
example, yeah.
And that was something in Ms. Hernan's toxicology?
Yes.
And where it says at scene, could you explain to the jury what that box means in this case?
That means there was medication at the scene or a prescription bottle at the scene indicating she was prescribed the drug. For the case of acetaminophen and also for hydrocodone when we get there, the pill that she was prescribed, the compound, both drugs were in the compound, so it was acetaminophen, hydrocodone. So even though the blood says acetaminophen, I can't tell if it's because it was acetaminophen with the hydrocodone or if she also took acetaminophen by itself. But her prescription was for a pill that contained both. And the pill that was found at the scene was that pill that was basically acetaminophen with hydrocodone.
In terms of the count use column, why is that helpful to you?
Well, it indicates whether she was taking them as prescribed. She was taking, well, I shouldn't say, if the bottle is empty, it could mean she was taking more than was prescribed, or it could mean they were crushed up and on her, or it could mean they were under the couch, or it could mean she gave them away. If there's more missing than should be there, it's harder to know what that significance is, but I indicated if there were none in the bottle and whether that was expected or not. If I didn't put if it was expected or not, it was because I didn't have enough information to make that judgment. For example, for baclofen and cyclobenzaprine, she received prescriptions months earlier because that was when she was trying to find the right pill for her back pain. Remember I said they tried this and they took her off it. They tried this, they took her off it. I never knew how many she took before she stopped taking them. So if there was a bottle of baclofen there, I don't know how many she took before she developed her rash. If there was cyclobenzaprine there, I don't know how many she took before she said, I'm gaining weight, I'm not taking it. So I can say there's 0 in the bottle, but I don't know what we started with, basically. Does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you. So the range therapeutic level, what does that mean?
That means it's a commonly accepted level that corresponds to taking a drug on a regular basis as prescribed to have the effect, the intended effect.
Okay. And you've included that range in each of the rows in this exhibit, is that true?
Yes.
Okay. In terms of any compounds listed here that were elevated above that range, I want you to talk about those with the jury, please, starting with the first one you see.
That would be baclofen.
Okay, so if we can zoom in a bit and make that a little bigger. Doctor, if you could just circle the baclofen on this sheet so we're all looking at the same, okay. And what is baclofen for?
It's a skeletal muscle relaxant.
Okay, and what was the level for Ms. Hernan in this case?
1.1 microgram per ml.
And what else did you include in that box?
I included a number that I found in a toxicology reference text that referred to a group of people that were given a certain dose of baclofen for a certain number of days and the range of the blood, their blood baclofen level in that study period. So a group of people given this drug for therapeutic reasons revealed a result of 0.36 to 0.66 milligrams per liter, which if you is equivalent to micrograms per ml. It's 1,000 difference in each one. So the units are different, but they're equivalent.
Okay.
An ml is 1,000th of a liter, and a microgram is 1,000th of a milligram. So,
in terms of your experience with baclofen and all of the cause of death determinations you've made, do you recall a time when you've opined that a cause of death was baclofen intoxication or poisoning?
not as a sole agent.
Okay. Did you find anything in the literature indicating that there is a cutoff toxic level for baclofen?
I did find information, and I didn't list fatal levels. I only listed therapeutic levels. The cases where baclofen is fatal is about 10 times more, or more than 10 times more, of 1.1 microgram per ml. So when you look at drugs, it's like what the therapeutic level is, what's above therapeutic, plus or minus any symptoms from it, and then what's going to kill you. So this is above therapeutic, but it's not near fatal.
Okay. What about the cyclobenzaprine?
The cyclobenzaprine is also above the therapeutic level, but not much so.
Okay. And you indicated that also has CNS depressant effects?
It does.
Okay. And ultimately, you included those two compounds in your significant condition line on the protocol, right?
Yes, they contributed.
Okay. Same questions with the cyclobenzaprine level. In your experience, have you seen cause of death determinations that you've called to be cyclobenzaprine intoxication?
I don't believe I've ever had any where that was the sole agent.
Okay. In the literature, any toxic level cutoff that the jury should know about relevant to this case?
I can't tell you what that is, but it's significantly higher than therapeutic.
Okay. When you reviewed the baclofen and cyclobenzaprine levels on the toxicology in this case, did you believe that's why Ms. Hernan died?
No.
Okay. In terms of the other compounds listed on this exhibit, would it be fair to say that they're all within or under therapeutic ranges?
They are.
Okay. Of the compounds listed on this exhibit, were they all at the scene?
Everything, but there was evidence of them at the scene. Either there was a pill or a bottle, except for tetrahydrozoline.
Okay. And if we could zoom out a little bit, Doctor, where it says, the column that says fragments on body,
Yes.
there's a plus sign in a few of the rows. Could you please remind the jury what that means?
That means those were the fragments that we were looking at, all the pictures, kind of the multicolored crushed dry pieces. Those were what was identified by the lab when I sent those fragments to them.
Now, in terms of these blood levels that the jury is seeing on Exhibit 209, are you able to calculate backwards to a dose from those blood levels?
No,
Not even for the tetrahydrozoline?
no.
So if I asked you to tell this jury how many bottles of Visine it takes to have a blood level of 160, what would you say?
I don't know.
Okay. What about if I asked you to look at the baclofen level and tell the jury how many pills Lynn Hernan took of baclofen prior to death? Would you be able to tell them that?
No.
This jury heard that Ms. Hernan took 25 to 30 pills that day before she died. Would you agree with that statement?
I really don't know the basis of that opinion.
Okay. Do you share that opinion?
I don't have any opinion on the number of pills she took that day, other than I did recover pills from inside her body. So I know she took those pills. But one of the things that I put on the death certificate was what was the time of injury. So that means what is the time I think she took the pills that eventually led to her death, pills or substances, because tetrahydrozoline is not a pill. And I don't know, because we do know that it's in her blood, which meant that it came out, it's already diffused out of her stomach into her blood. And we know it's in her liver, which means it already passed through her liver for some part of metabolism. And we don't know how many she took the day before she died versus the day she died, because it's still going to be in her system from even the day before she died, right? So it's pretty complicated. So when I said, I just said, I don't know when the injury occurred, because I can't say for certainty when each of these medications was provided, and some of them contributed to her death. And I don't know how much tetrahydrozoline was given to her, or she drank at how many intervals of time. So, no, I can't tell you those things.
Okay. The last thing I want to show you, Doctor, is the front page of Exhibit 34, which is already in evidence. I'd ask to publish that, please. And ultimately discuss this with the jury. Could you please remind the jury what Exhibit 34 is?
This is my autopsy protocol on Lynn Hernan.
Okay. And fair to say this is a multi-page document?
Yes,
Are your conclusions on this first page, though?
yes.
And if we could scroll down a bit, could you please walk through your conclusions for the jury in this case?
My opinion is that Lynn Hernan died of tetrahydrozoline poisoning, and that other significant conditions included baclofen, ropinirole, alprazolam, hydrocodone, and cyclobenzaprine use, as well as interstitial myocarditis, hypertension, hepatic steatosis, and chronic obstructive pulmonary disease.
Why are the things included under other significant conditions on page 1 of your protocol?
Those particular medications all have some CNS depressant effects, so they would amplify the CNS depressive effects of tetrahydrozoline, although tetrahydrozoline certainly is far more toxic, in my opinion, than the medications that I put below, many of which, or some of which, I shouldn't say many, some were at therapeutic or subtherapeutic levels, slight elevations in baclofen and cyclobenzaprine. And her underlying medical conditions also may have played a role, because having some heart disease and some liver injury and some lung disease might make her more vulnerable in general to toxic ingestions.
In terms of the other significant conditions listed that are medications, would it be correct to say that all of those medications are things that at one point in time Ms. Hernan was prescribed?
Yes.
Would you consider the toxicology of those medications in this case to be remarkable?
They're pretty typical. I mean, remarkable. It's typical of what I see in my practice, having people with chronic health conditions having polypharmacy. I think that I don't want to ignore the fact that 2 of them were slightly elevated, but the others were below therapeutic.
In this case, strike that. Do you believe that the compounds listed under other significant conditions were sufficient to kill Ms. Hernan without the tetrahydrozoline?
No.
Is that part of the reason they're on different lines?
Yes.
Okay. What's the mechanism of death in terms of physiologically in Ms. Hernan's body that went on because of that tetrahydrozoline?
She wasn't monitored as she died, so what combination of CNS and cardiac symptoms she had, I can't say.
But ultimately, if you could please generally explain the effects of a CNS depressant or a tetrahydrozoline on the human body.
As we discussed in the case studies that were shown, people become unconscious, they become drowsy. There's a direct effect on the brain that does that. Then there's a direct effect on the heart, lowers the blood pressure, lowers the heart rate, and causes conduction block. Some of the people who accidentally ingested tetrahydrozoline stopped breathing. The children were vulnerable to actually just complete apnea. Others, I can't remember the age group, may have needed mechanical ventilation because of the respiratory depressant effect. So we have really significant, what I would call, effects, direct effects on your body. I mean, reduction in your capacity to breathe, reduction in your heart to pump blood, low blood pressure, which causes reduced circulation to your brain, and direct effects on your CNS besides those indirect effects, where you become unconscious, lethargic, drowsy, dizzy. All those things are pretty significant and are happening concurrently.
Ultimately, in this case, are the opinions that you've offered to a reasonable degree of medical certainty?
They are.
Those are all the questions I have. Thank you, doctor.
All right, thank you. We will break. It is 4:35 p.m. Dr. Bedritsky, you may step down. I do have to give the jurors their instruction as they depart for us today, or from us. And she will, of course, return tomorrow for her cross-examination, but please do not begin your deliberations and discussion of this case until all the evidence is presented, and I have instructed you on the law. Do not discuss this case among yourselves or with anyone else until your final deliberations in the jury room. This order is not limited to face-to-face conversations. It also extends to all forms of electronic communications. Do not use any electronic devices such as a mobile phone or computer, text or instant messaging, or social networking sites to send or receive any information about this case or your experience as a juror. We will stop or recess from time to time during the trial. You may be excused from the courtroom when it is necessary for me to hear legal arguments from the lawyers. If you come in contact with the parties, lawyers, or witnesses, do not speak with them. For their part, the parties, lawyers, and witnesses will not contact or speak with the jurors. Do not listen to any conversations about this case. Do not research any information that you personally think might be helpful to you in understanding the issues presented. Do not investigate this case on your own or visit the scene, either in person or by any electronic means. Do not read any newspaper reports or listen to any news reports on radio, television, over the internet, or any other electronic application or tool about this trial. Do not consult dictionaries, computers, electronic applications, social media, the internet, or other reference materials for additional information. Do not seek information regarding the public records of any party or witness in this case. Any information you obtain outside the courtroom could be misleading, inaccurate, or incomplete. Relying on this information is unfair because the parties would not have the opportunity to refute, explain, or correct it. Do not communicate with anyone about this trial or your experience as a juror while you are serving on this jury. Do not use a computer, cell phone, or other electronic device, including personal wearable electronics, applications, or tools with communication capabilities to share any information about this case. For example, do not communicate by telephone, blog post, email, text message, instant message, social media post, or in any other way on or off the computer. Do not permit anyone to communicate with you about this matter, either in person, electronically, or by any other means. If anyone does so, despite your telling them not to, you should report that to me. I appreciate that it is tempting when you go home in the evening to discuss this case with another member of your household, but you may not do so. This case must be decided by you, the jurors, based on the evidence presented in the courtroom. People not serving on this jury have not heard the evidence, and it is improper for them to influence your deliberations and decision in this case. After this trial is completed, you are free to communicate with anyone in any manner. These rules are intended to assure that jurors remain impartial throughout the trial. If any juror has reason to believe that another juror has violated these rules, you should report that to me. If jurors do not comply with these rules, it could result in a new trial involving additional time and significant expense to the parties and the taxpayers. You are to decide the case solely on the evidence offered and received at trial. With that, we'll see you tomorrow morning at 8:30. Have a good evening.
All rise for the jury.
Sorry if I run so fast. You should know that by heart by now.
Do a brief that.
You want it to do that? All right, thank you. Be seated. I do need to put the sidebar on the record. Attorney Kukler asked for a sidebar along with making an objection. As Dr. Bidzricki was talking and discussing Exhibit 211, specifically that portion of the exhibit concerning not peer-reviewed research, but her case studies, if you will, that's my word, it wasn't hers, cases that she was familiar with as reported in the media. I overruled the objection, and what I indicated at sidebar was that goes to weight, not admissibility. She had previously testified there were things she found of legal significance, not just medical significance. And as someone who was qualified as an expert in this case and as the medical examiner whose determination by statute is to make cause and manner of death determinations, that is why I allowed her to testify as such. Attorney Kukler, anything you want to add for the record or to my description of the sidebar?
No, that's accurate. Standing objection to her testimony about that. Articles that she didn't write and articles and case studies or cases that she's read about in the press that aren't even in the medical literature. I didn't think she should be able to testify to it.
Understood. Anything the state wants to add to that?
No, thank you.
Anything else we need to go over today from the state?
No, thank you.
From the defense?
No thanks.
I take it based upon how today went, obviously there'll be cross-exam. Will your next witness be Dr. Kacinko or someone else?
Yes.
All right, so I don't know if there'll be any more than that, but right. I'm hoping we get to Dr. Kacinko tomorrow, but I think we might be seeing her on Friday. So have a good evening, everyone. We'll see you tomorrow. We are in recess.